in to give Lisa a break. And everywhere I went, there was somebody that said, hey, how was the trip? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And obviously, they're listening. And the big question was, when did you find out about Myles Garrett? After they asked me, like, how was the fishing and all this stuff. And I found out, I was coming back Tuesday night. And so I found out Tuesday night. I was completely unplugged, other than I would call and talk to Lisa. I would text Lucy, who's in Italy, and I would text the kids, but they didn't spend the time and say, hey, did you hear Myles Garrett was traded to the Rams? It was so great to be unplugged. It is almost, every time I go on a fishing trip, it feels like it's a life-changing event. Because it's the biggest moment. It's my one hobby that I absolutely love. And I came back thinking, you know what? I need to be more unplugged when I'm at home. I need to be more, present, all this stuff. And it's not necessarily that I'm not present. It's just the fact that I don't need to be distracted by so many things. I need to slow life down a little bit. And so that was my one, philosophical takeaway from the trip. But the weather was unreal. We looked at it, and every time you go up to Northwest Ontario, the weather might say it's 75 and sunny, but at some point I've fished up there at the same time of year in snow blizzards, in a light snowfall, in rain, and so you're geared up for everything. It was on average 75 to 80 and sunny every day. Light variable winds, 5 to 10 miles an hour. It literally could not have been any better. And because I had said it had snowed the week before, I didn't even pull out the bug spray one time.
Wow.
It was, I can't even describe how awesome it was. There were some gnats and there were some other things like that, but I don't care. It's just kind of like, adds to the flavor of your food. You get some gnats stuck in there, you'd be like, whatever, they're cooked.
What was the food situation?
A lot of walleye. And the things have changed since I was there basically a decade ago, where guys now bring a meal, because we don't get back until 10 o'clock at night. It doesn't get dark there until 11:30. So everybody brings a meal for the group. It's frozen, and whoever is back first throws it in the oven, cooks it, and everybody eats when they get home. And then we have a big fish fry at the end. I, on the other hand, I would bring back walleye. I would fillet it myself. I would cook it myself. I'm fine with that because that's what I want to do. And but the fishing was tremendous. I caught well over, between 100 and 150 walleye a day. And it was, there's one my lake, I call it my lake, Esnagami. I fished it 3 days. And the first day we pull up, there's this, Betty Falls is the name of the falls that's there. You pull up because of the time of year, there's just walleye are stacked in there. And there's a couple of old timers that are in a boat there because there's the Esnagami Lodge. It's the only place that you can actually stay on the lake. And we ask them, how's the fishing? They're like, it's all right. And then, how many fish have you caught? And they gave us the zero.
Zero. And
I thought, well, maybe things are different over 9 years. And then first cast, I caught a 30-inch pike. Next cast, walleye. Next cast, walleye. And we turn around about 15 minutes later, and they had vanished because we were catching fish after fish after fish. And it was 6 casts. And then I started, instead of counting the casts that I caught walleye, I started counting the casts that I didn't.
Wow.
And so it would be 6 or 7 in a row, and then there'd be one where I didn't. I'd be like, how did I fail? And then it would be 6 or 7 in a row. The fishing was unreal, and I did catch the biggest walleye of the group.
So did you take any pictures?
I did.
Oh,
yes.
good.
And I'll post some, I'll show you guys. Okay. The wildlife was ridiculous. Yeah. And I have one of the greatest stories to tell you guys, but I saw a bear up there like you see deer down here. It just was all over the place.
Well, we have bear down here now too.
Well, we do, yeah.
Roaming around Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, and there's going to be bear in Gary, Indiana.
Oh, yeah. Kevin Warren has his way.
Yes. So and then obviously I would, send the pictures back to Teddy, and he thought it was just, unreal. And Lisa's reaction was, she thought I was going to get eaten by a bear every time I would send one. But
how did she handle the trip?
She handled it amazing. I knew she was worried because this is the first time in our married life, as I had mentioned, that I was going on a great adventure where she wasn't going to be able to be in touch with me through, other than, 30 seconds in the morning and maybe a couple minutes at night. But she was so happy that I was happy, which is a bit of a change since the last time I was there. I won't go into that, but that was tremendous. The kids were happy I was there. But the story is I came back one day because when you fish Estegami, you go on a boat trip, you portage, you go on, and then I'm coming back and I look at my truck because you're just parked on the side of a logging road. And I'm like, there's paw marks.
Were there
on
scratches?
My truck. No, there weren't any scratches, but I'm like, well, those are big paws. And so the other guys get in the truck, and we did confirm there was a bear that had played around on the top of my truck, the hood of my truck. So of course I'm taking pictures. I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. I send them back, and Lisa's like, you could have been eaten by a bear. So that was awesome. We saw, I didn't see it, but there was a black wolf sighting running down the middle of one of the roads. And there was a den of fox that was, and Heather, you are going to absolutely love it. There was an outbuilding behind the house that we were just shed. And there was a den of fox that were living under the shed. Mm-hmm. And the kid fox, the baby foxes, would come out and they would play like puppies play. Oh. And I would have coffee there every morning at like 4:30 in the morning, and Mama Fox would just sit there and look at me. I'd look at her. And then the other baby fox would come out and just play around, and they're literally like 5 feet away from me. So
jealous.
That was unbelievable.
That sounds cool.
It just was one of the best trips of my entire life. So thank you. I am happy to be back. There was a point in the middle of the trip where had I not had kids or married, or if all the kids were older, I might have been lost in the Canadian wilderness.
Yeah, I did say to Heather yesterday off air, he might get stuck in the Orlando airport and we just might not see him.
Yes. Yeah, no issues going across the border. And we had walkie-talkies. So there's 3 trucks we're caravanning up. We were the first truck. We were the lead truck. And as we're going through, it's really hard for me not to be 10 years old. And so as we pass through with no issue, I know that their walkie-talkie is on. And so I'm the guy that, is grabbing the walkie-talkie and saying, hey, they let us through. Didn't even look. Let me know if you guys get through.
Oh my God.
Just stirring up trouble.
Stirring it up just to see it. And the border agents there were all really great individuals. So we had no issues. No one had an issue. It just was a phenomenal trip. So there's the fishing update. And the biggest walleye that I did catch was 27.5 inches. So it's
do you have a picture of you holding?
Of course I do.
Just making sure.
And I'm going to try and get a bunch of pictures printed out, which I know nobody ever does, but there's a bunch of pictures that are going to go in my office.
Well, it's good. It sounds like it's everything you wanted it to be and more.
Oh, it was. And the biggest takeaway was I couldn't believe that there were no bugs. The very last night when we had the fish fry, some mosquitoes started to come out. So whoever was going to be there as of Tuesday and Wednesday, they were going to get the full Canadian experience, but we did not.
How does it compare to the last time you took the trip? Because it had been almost a decade, right?
Yeah. It was 9 years, I think, is what we had determined. I don't know. Every time I go there, I think it's the greatest trip ever. So I can't necessarily say it was better. It was better for me because I hadn't been there in so long. And the group of guys was great. There was actually one of the guys, it's a kid, he's now a grown man. The son of my buddy was joining us and one of his friends. And the last time I saw them, so Graydon is like 6'2" now. And his buddy Luke, same thing. I hadn't seen them since they were 10 years old. Now they're 19. And they walk in and I'm like, who's this? I didn't even recognize them. And now I'm fishing with them. Now they're my fishing buddies.
I picture you as more the elder statesman of the group. Are you?
Oh, no. Grandpa Ty is much older than I am.
Okay.
Yeah. I am, I'd say the median age.
Okay.
There's a couple of guys. Let's see. There were 9 of us that ended up going up there. Obviously, the 2 youngsters. So they remove them from the equation. 7 of us. I was actually probably the 4th youngest on the group.
Okay.
Yeah. I always like to take some of my older friends and
Yeah,
help
yeah.
them with their wheelchairs and walkers and those things. Make sure that they still get the experience because you never know. Might be the last time. Who knows?
I hope they're listening.
I hope they are too.
Sounds like you guys had a blast. A couple quick texts coming in. This one says, John, you have 5 kids and one's a toddler. Good luck slowing life down a bit, but glad you had a fun time.
Well, slowing it down means to me, I want to, when I'm at Teddy's baseball practice or I'm watching Jack, I'm not sitting there looking at the news, figuring out what I make time for that either before or after. I want to be present watching them. And I also want to be present in getting to do the things that I want to do along with sharing that with them and bringing them along. So if that makes sense.
John, how are the walleye cheeks? Bill in Freeport.
Oh, walleye cheeks, walleye wings. Oh, unbelievable. So if you catch one big enough, you can, their cheeks are some of the tastiest meat. So the small ones you get it's not worth trying to cut them out. But the walleye wings, they're bottom fins. You can cut them out just a certain way, fry them up like that, and you eat them like chicken wings.
Doesn't it feel like he has like a renewed energy right now?
yeah.
This is great. You were shot out of a cannon to start the show today.
Yep.
I pictured you like going to an outpost at the end of each day to make your phone call to Lisa, just completely oblivious to the news of the day. So what we want to do is at 6:35, we're going to run you through a whole bunch of what you missed, some of the show drama, some of the sports world. That's coming up in about 20 minutes.
There was a payphone.
There was?
It was there, and it was operational, and I forgot to take a picture of it.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
We'll get to the Tigers who have won 3 in a row. That's called a sweep. It's called a win streak. We'll do it next. Plus the Knicks start 1-0. It's 97-1.
Hey, life moves pretty fast. It sure as hell does. Maybe you're outgrowing your starter home, building your dream home from the ground up, or you're helping your kids move across the country. Trust me, I know I've done it all because, hey, it's just that stage of life that I'm in. And when it comes to financing, don't leave it to some random out-of-state lender that you've never met. Do what I did. I used the bank I already knew and trusted and have been recommending to you for a number of years now. First Merchants Bank provides home financing not only here in Michigan, but in all 50 states. So whether it's a forever home down the street or a vacation home across the coast, they've got you covered. Maybe it's a place up north. As a Newsweek and Forbes top-rated bank, they bring personal, attentive service to every transaction. From new construction to leveraging your home's equity, they provide the local touch with national reach. Call my friends at First Merchants Bank today for a free planning consultation. With over 130 years of experience, they have the strength to help you grow, just as they did for me and for my family. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn more.
called a win streak. That's 3 in a row to start the month of June.
Well, last I saw, they were losing to the Angels
You missed
to
rock
become
bottom.
the worst team in the American League.
You missed us pronouncing them dead, a full autopsy, all kinds of stuff.
Whoa. Wait a second here. Did you guys do the same thing you did to the Guardians last year when I stepped out? Well, you pronounced the Guardians dead, and then who won the division?
6:35, we'll get to everything John missed.
I tell you
You're
what.
welcome. You're welcome, Detroit.
When I leave, you guys just go off the rails.
Of course we do.
Doing illogical things.
You didn't see many of the headlines. The Tigers' Twitter account got into a fight with me. It made the local papers.
Did it really?
We'll get to that at 6:35.
Oh, wow.
And yes, Myles Garrett, we want to talk through that with you and all the other stuff. Wemby in the finals. Bryce Underwood stinks, apparently. We'll get to everything with you in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Got the 2 grand slam. Glad to have you back.
Wow. There is a lot that. How did Bryce go from being pronounced the starter to he stinks?
Well,
Wait, did they play any games?
I will get to all of it with you.
Okay.
The Knicks start out 1-0. I'm sure you can
I did see
appreciate
that.
Yeah.
How did Wemby do? Your franchise player.
Well, in his own words, he was bad.
Oh.
He said, I was bad tonight. It's not more complicated than that. He was 2 of 8 at the half, finished 6 of 21. He wasn't the only Spur to have a cold night. Brunson, 13 of his 30 in the fourth, said we got a long way to go to wrap the series up, but they are up 1-0, steal game 1 on the road.
No one was giving them a chance. Now they've won 12 in a row.
Yep.
Like, will the Knicks actually lose a game? The short answer is yes. I think we all believe that they will.
What's your stat on the finals and the Knicks? The last time they were up 1-0?
Oh, last time they were up 1-0, it was...
Or up in the finals at all?
Yeah, I forget the actual date, but it was the same day that OJ was on the run in '94.
The last time the Knicks led in the finals was the OJ day.
Was the OJ day. White Bronco.
June 17th.
June 17th, yeah, I think it was.
94.
Yeah. So June 17, 1994 was the last time the Knicks had a lead in the NBA Finals. Now, they didn't end up winning it, but just to give you some context of when that actually was.
So, referencing history, I said Spurs in 5, so I can still get there, and it's got to be like a redo of the 0-1 finals, where Iverson has a great game 1 and they steal it only to have Shaq and Kobe rattle off the next 4. So that's what I'm going with today. It's the 0-1 finals.
Possible.
It's the 0-1 finals.
June 17, 1994, also Rangers Parade.
Yeah.
Arnold Palmer retired. And the World Cup was going on in the U.S. I don't know for sure. I'd have to look up to confirm, but that was the own goal Colombia scored, which eventually led to the 30 for 32 Escobars because the guy got killed in Colombia for scoring on his own goal.
Right, yeah. I mean, the World Cup is wild. And I know you're going to see one as well.
Yep, I'm going later this month. Mm-hmm. Back up to Toronto.
I didn't even ask. I was so selfish I didn't even ask about your trip.
Your trip was the cooler trip. I had a great time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the Stanley Cup look like?
I've seen it before, but it's cool. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I actually saw it before because the last time the Hurricanes won the Stanley Cup, their owner also owned the Whalers in Plymouth.
Yeah.
And when I went to a Plymouth Whalers game when I saw the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Hockey Hall of Fame is awesome. I was like a kid in a candy store. I loved hockey growing up. To see all the little pieces of history was awesome.
Yeah, and I think the lone Canadian team they were down maybe 3 games when I unplugged. Or maybe they had actually lost.
No, because they lost Friday night when I was in Canada. I don't know if you heard it, John. A collective wail throughout the country as their final team was eliminated.
I was making the assumption that they were. And so a lot of the Canadians that I would run into, I'd be like, hey, how's the cup? Just up there, we play, Born in the USA and all of those different things, just to rub it in a little bit.
You missed a Woe Canada while you were gone.
Part French.
Yeah, he sang in French.
Oh, I'm going to need to hear. We don't have to do that. I'm sure you guys have played it time and time again, but I am going to need to hear it.
Okay, we'll make sure to cue that up for you. We'll get to what you missed at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys. This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, former Fox 2 News Anchor Taryn Asher has filed a lawsuit against the station for sex discrimination. So the lawsuit, I mean, you can go through and read all of the allegations, but it basically alleges that Fox 2 gave her co-anchor, Roop Raj, more opportunities to interview guests, did not adjust her schedule equally when offered to anchor a similar show. It also states that she was fired shortly after she complained about unequal treatment. It details how she began to notice this pattern of female employees in leadership positions being terminated and replaced by men, that Fox treated her co-anchor, Roop Raj, more favorably than her. This was all around July of 2025. It goes into lots of detail, right? How they had conversations between Roop Raj and the I don't know.
Management.
Yeah, management about assigning guest interviews when she wasn't present. He was getting more than she was. And anyway, on November 5th, she was placed on leave pending an investigation into alleged complaints of egregious behavior. The complaint said that she was fired from the TV station due to accusations that she had engaged in outbursts, which she flatly denies. So now she is seeking lost past and future wages, lost benefits, and punitive damages as a result of the mental and emotional distress and loss of professional reputation that her firing has caused. Well, a worker was struck by a driver while in a construction zone in St. Clair County on Tuesday. A 33-year-old man was working on King Road when he was struck by a driver. He was rushed to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, which is thankful, clearly. Police don't believe drugs or alcohol were factors in the crash. Obviously, drivers are distracted by a lot of things. And when you see those workers present, you need to slow down. You need to pull over or get over a lane if possible. They say the scene was turned over to the St. Clair County Sheriff's Accident Investigations Team. Dearborn, their police have launched a new unit specifically targeting aggressive drivers. So this aggressive driving unit will use these electric Ford Mach-E patrol cars, which they say are less noticeable. They accelerate quickly and they run very quietly. So it's perfect.
It's a stealth unit.
Yes, that's what they should call it. So officers are focused on a problem that residents say they see daily. They're looking for drag racing, road rage, reckless driving, cell phone use, speeding, things like that. So beware.
Shape up.
Yeah.
The 5th annual Royal Oak Taco Fest is slated to take place on the 4th of July weekend. So the festival, which is going to go on between July 2nd through the 5th, is going to feature local music, taco eating contests, and family-friendly activities. And a lot of free family activities. So admission is free for kids under 5, $5 for kids 6 to 10, $6 for anyone older than 10. And then there's going to be additional pricing tiers available through July 1st and group tickets available and things like that. But tons of different food trucks, different, what are those called? Taquerias.
Taqueria, yeah.
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 I just wanted to see how long that was going to go on
Until I
as
could
she
find a
struggled
word.
through that.
Yeah. No, yeah. Oh. I'm here to help.
Yeah, so more than 250 menu options available.
Yeah.
Lots of things. Mechanical bull.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. Ride the
So
bull.
have
Let's
some
go.
fun. Go have some fun.
We're actually going to have fish tacos tonight, walleye tacos.
oh.
Hey, speaking of fish, a 46-year-old detective in South Carolina was just arrested and fired after pulling a gun on a fellow officer. And it was all because the guy microwaved fish in the break room. And then it caused a really bad odor in the office. And this detective couldn't handle it, pulled out his gun, and was ultimately first placed on administrative leave and then ultimately fired and arrested.
Who was the guy who microwaved the fish or the guy who pulled the gun?
The guy who pulled the gun.
You gonna
Yeah.
do that today, John? Microwave fish?
No.
Please
No.
don't.
I am not going to microwave. That would be walleye abuse.
I'm saying
not-
both of them could have been arrested
Yes.
as far as I'm concerned.
Agreed.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, everything John missed. It's 97.1. John spent a week in the wilderness, checked out, rested and relaxed. He's back today. Good morning, 97.1.
It's good to be, it's mostly good to be back.
I was going to say, I think you had a good time.
Yeah. My morning coffee with the family of Hawks and then going fishing was, I got to be honest with you, it was
A little better.
kind of better than
Yeah.
having conversation with you, but so it's really not you. It's more me.
Well, I'm going to do my best to welcome you back and hit on some of the stuff that you missed.
Okay.
All right, John, let's go through it. You missed a big trade in the NFL involving Myles Garrett, once thought to be someone who would never be dealt.
Yeah. My initial reaction was, I don't want to say anger, but I was like, what? The Rams? Really? Another F them picks? But then I looked at the compensation and, okay, Jared Verse, a tremendous player. A first, a second, and a third?
Yep.
I thought, man, that's kind of light.
Well, but Verse is a hell of a player.
Yeah, Verse is a hell of a player.
He's probably worth a first plus himself.
Sure, there's no question. But it's not the, reigning defensive MVP.
Oh, I
It's
get why
not-
they did it. Yeah.
And so, but then I was like, everybody I was with was like, well, why can't the Lions do that? And I kind of thought, you know what? I don't know that the Lions really had what it took to match the offer, because you're not going to trade Hutch. The whole point is to have somebody along with Hutch.
Stoney said he would have traded Hutch.
Of course he would have.
I'm with you.
And,
I
and
wouldn't
you're
have
not
traded
going
Hutch.
to trade Gibbs, because if you trade Gibbs right now, especially since there's no David Montgomery,
Yeah.
like your offense is going to be dead in the water.
Yeah, my objection wasn't that they didn't make this specific deal. It's that they'll never make this kind of deal.
Right.
It's a blind spot. That became the source of frustration. We ranked all the GMs in terms of who's the most frustrating. Who would you say is the most frustrating?
The most frustrating is probably Brad Holmes, just because they were so close, NFC Championship game, and then you thought, hey, go for it. And there wasn't really a go for it move, and then it was, hey, 1 seed. All right, well, yeah, hey, go for it. There's never been that go for it move, and I don't know that he's ever going to have that go for it move. He says, hey, if the player is right and we've got the capital, then yeah, we would obviously do it, but I don't know that he will.
For me, it was Iserman.
You're a hockey guy.
And Holmes has actually probably done the best job of the four,
Yeah.
but I get your argument.
Right. Well, the
finish
frustration
the job.
is, yeah, he's done such a great job that, and it kind of feels like we're just that one move away.
Little rewind. You missed the Tigers' rock bottom. Lost the series not only with the Orioles and the Angels, but swept by the Chicago White Sox to wrap
boy.
up the month of May. The worst month the franchise has had in 30 years. They went 6-22, and it was punctuated with a walk-off on Friday night on the South Side. Pretty rough.
Yeah. What was worse? Kenley Jansen, 2 outs, up 0-2, middle in Baltimore, and to a 190 hitter, walk off, or that one. Glad I missed that one.
You missed that one, and then on June 1, we declared them dead, performed an autopsy, and they've since won 3 in a row.
Thank you very much for doing that. At least you did it to one of our local teams now, instead of doing it. Well, I was gone last year, and you guys buried the Guardians, and then all of a sudden, it helped by the Tigers, the Guardians roar back. I thought they were dead. Now, all of a sudden, hey, we thought they were dead. 3 games is not a comeback, but you can't win 4 in a row unless you win 3 in a row. Let's go, Tigers!
Speaking of those Tigers, they got into a fight with me on social media. So you may remember when you last did a show with me,
Yeah.
we discussed many of their blunders, including my issue with Wencel Perez,
Yeah.
that he shared his highlight 5 times after his gaffe in the field and a loss.
They took offense to that?
Well, some of the beat writers did, and that turned into a whole social media spat, so it blew the story up. And then the Tigers played the Angels. Perez hit a home run. The Twitter account tweeted out, so good we might share it 5 times. They would go on to lose the game. So I said, will you post the final score 5 times? It turned into a whole thing. The Freep wrote about it. That News had a story.
Did you include the Smarm alarm as a soundtrack underneath your? Are you going to post the score 5 times?
No, but
You're so smarmy.
I did add a read the room at the end to tie it all the way back to the Perez tweet.
He was in the
not
right
surprising.
on this. The beat writers were just out of control on this one, right? I mean, seriously, what'd they say? One of them said he's got family.
Yeah, Evan Woodbury said, hold on, he's the longest tenured Tiger in the organization. These players are human beings. I never ripped him personally. I just said, hey, don't.
Who? Wenzel Perez?
Yeah. It turned into a Leave Wenzel Alone campaign. It was a whole thing.
Well,
Just because Jim criticized him for putting a thing up 5 times because he hit 1 home run and a loss.
right. Well, and the fact that he's not had a great season doesn't
Right.
help his case
It
or
doesn't.
the Tigers' case. But
He's homered
again,
4 times since.
Right. Could you get on Spencer Torkelson again? Like, we could use some more home runs.
You just bring me a list of guys you
Yeah.
want me to rip and criticize. We also had a story about Bryce Underwood. Eric Weddle, former NFL safety, he says Bryce isn't any good.
Huh.
Your thoughts? You were there.
Yeah.
The backup's going to be playing.
So I'm not going to hide it. I love Tommy Carr. But did I miss a game that they played? I mean, it was spring ball, and we all know that Bryce had a long way to go from last year to this year. It was done no favors last year.
Yeah.
But we'll see when the season starts what type of year he has, because he's got a lot of natural abilities. No question about it. He can't just rely on that natural ability, but I know they're hammering him right now on all of the details, the footwork, the throw, the arm angles, all of those different decisions. There's a lot of time between now and when the games actually play.
I think it's invited by the way he played down the stretch last year,
Sure.
but you're not making decisions based on spring practice.
No. Or a freshman year where you look at it and you're like, there's some talent there, but when you don't have a quarterback coach, what are you supposed to do as a freshman?
Hello. Tom, did I miss anything else? A rendition of Woe Canada in French from Stoney? Anything else?
Francois?
I don't think so. I just think maybe the overall roller coaster of Tiger emotions over the last week has just been.
Well, when I turned them on my way down Tuesday night, you would have thought that this was a team that was World Series bound.
Exactly.
And listening to Dan Dickerson talk about the game to come, the one that they were actually playing last night, you would have thought that Martinez was absolutely unhittable.
So maybe the only other thing was me and Jim got going pretty good against each other. And it wasn't bad. It was a good just sports radio debate about the Tigers' woes pre-Tampa series and what the blame was. And it was he took hitting, I took bullpen.
Yeah.
Because of the blown save over the weekend on Friday.
Yeah. The blown saves have been no good, but I would have taken the hitting as well. The hitting was horrific.
Realize this, that if the blown saves were just league average, they'd only be 6 or 7 under 500.
I forgot one more thing you missed. Wemby's in the finals.
Oh, yeah. How'd he do last night?
Wemby's in the finals. That's what John missed.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear that Shohei Ohtani's ERA is .074?
May have heard that, John. Glad to have you back. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and for power, there's really no comparison. Ram has a number of choices for you. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8 or the legendary Hurricane engined 420 horsepower or the high output for 540 horsepower engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try towing something with it or passing somebody. You can't do it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you got to do is go sit in a Ram. You're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Three in a row for the Tigers. You had an interesting observation that this almost makes you mad more than even excited?
Well, there's trust me, I want them to win every game from here until the end of the season, get back in the mix. But there's also this feeling of, as I'm listening to Dan and hearing, all the home runs, like, this was the team that we were supposed to be watching. This is the one that we thought we were going to have, and not necessarily that we thought they were going to hit 3 home runs a game. Like, that's not what we thought, but we thought that they were going to be much better than they were. And then you look back to the month of May, and you're like, that it makes you even more mad. 6-22, you're already mad enough. And then this is what you have, and you love the response. You love the fact that they're winning, but where was it for the entire month of May? You're so frustrated because you dug yourself such a big hole, and it didn't have to be that way.
As a Tigers fan, are you more annoyed or excited by this win streak to start the month of June?
Well, I mean, I'm more excited.
Okay.
Because I want them to creep back into it. No one's going to sit there and say they're going to go on a 10-game heater and be back to within 8 games. Or, when are you going to buy back in? Do they have to be within 5 games of, they're 6 of the wild card right now, and maybe you're looking at the wild card, which is way too early in June to be looking at wild card standings, but do they have to be within 3 of the wild card, 2 or even at the wild card by the All-Star break?
I think in answering that question, I would ask a question. What do they have to do to not sell? Because it feels like unless you're a World Series team, you should be selling. So what can they do to convince you they're a World Series team before the deadline? It's not get within a couple games of the wild card, And that's what's maybe annoying is I don't know if there's anything they can do short of rattling off an 80% win rate to make you believe they're a World Series team. It feels too late. It doesn't have to be too late. It feels like it's too late.
It does, because the team that we've watched now through, math on air, 43.
This will be good.
63 games.
Carry the 3.
63, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Through 63 games.
99 to go.
Is that the bats aren't going to be what we saw against Tampa.
Right, but the optimist will say, well, John, the reason they didn't do this in May, they didn't have Carp, they didn't have Torres. They're both back. They both had hits yesterday. They've hit home runs in this month of June already. That's the difference. Now they're healthy. Here's where they rattle off 8-10. Here's where they win 15-20. Yeah. Here's how they claw back in this. Here's how they actually make the postseason. And then at that point, Skubal, Valdez, throw them twice in a 7-game series apiece. Good luck.
Yeah, what happened to Mize?
Well, groin again.
Still growing.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they could say we've got Skubal, we got Valdez, we got Mize. Get us in the postseason and see what happens.
Yeah, and so obviously as I was catching up, I'm looking at it going, well, Mize has been pitching well, and he's not under contract next year, but he's a guy that you're going to sell. What can you get for Casey Mize? What can you get for Tarek Skubal? And then I see Casey Mize is
hurt
out.
Yeah.
Oh well, you're not going to get much for him. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of things going on right now. And it is, when I left, when Skubal comes back, what does he have to do, and what can you get for him? And now, after these 3 games, it's still, hey, you're 13 back of even being 500 yourself. But then you look at the American League, and you're like, well, the American League really kind of sucks.
Yeah, that was Tom's point. He goes, look, the threshold to make the playoffs might be as low as it's been in a very long time.
So I heard Wojo and Rieger mention last night, Fangraphs is saying 84 wins will get the last wild card right now, which is 2 below what it typically takes.
86 is what they had in 2024 when they came all the way back and found a way in.
The last wild card right now is 1 game under 500, and it's the Athletics. Battle. I look at it this way. The Tigers are playing not against the wild card standings right now. They're playing against trying to get closer to 500.
Right. They're 13 back of 500.
And I kind of sent the bar yesterday. I think, 6 at the end of June. If they can be within 6 under 500 at the end of June, I think you can give this a realistic chance. And the emergence of Melton, I mean, that's a game changer. If he doesn't have to pitch like yesterday and go that many innings, but if he's just good,
right?
Wow.
Well, he was important. He started a playoff game last year.
Yeah, but then you look at the numbers and you say, well, they were 6-22 in May. Do you think that they're going to be? I don't know exactly how many games they play in June, but
The
20
equivalent,
and
yeah.
8. Like to get back to that level,
Yeah,
that's what they've got to do. And I just don't see that happening for this team. I'm excited at the fact that they've won 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, continue to force us to have the conversation, right? As opposed to shutting it down, pulling the plug, and moving on to Lions football. Keep giving us a reason to have the conversation, but it feels like they'd have to go and do something radical. They'd have to do something miraculous.
And there's always going to be this individual. And it's not me right now, but what's best for the organization?
Right.
What's best for the organization? Is it to just get back to 500 and make the postseason with 84 wins?
And then lose Scooble?
Yeah. Or is the best thing for the organization to say, you know what, hey, we want you guys to play like you did the last couple of days. But you dug yourself such a big hole. We still want you to sell Scooble and get what you can for them so that next year,
Or 2 years from now.
hopefully Framber Valdez finds his old mojo and Kenley Jansen finds his old mojo. And there's a lot of hopes, but the hope is that you get enough back that you become a better team next year and even the year after.
If there's a bidding war and a king's ransom, you'd be foolish to turn it down to chase 84 wins, right? I mean, that's ultimately what we're talking about.
All right, let's paint it out here. So 84 wins and you get in, you're the last wild card. So you're playing the worst division champ. Let's say it's Cleveland again. And you're going to best 2 out of 3 with this staff.
Yeah.
If they surge like that and play that way, the staff is pitching well.
Yes,
the theory.
it's stable at that point.
You win that series and get yourself into a best of 5 again with this staff, and then McGonigal is in the lineup.
Unlike last year.
Okay, so is it worth it to make the ALCS or trade Scooble? What's better for the organization?
It's such a hard one. It's a hard one for me to answer because I'm always of the mindset of win now. Do what you can because you have no idea what happens next year. We don't even know if there's going to be baseball because I did see that there were some comments.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was actually on my way up to Petoskey. I saw the owners had made their first proposal
With a hard cap.
Yeah, but also a hard floor.
Yes.
And so, what does it look like? What with that of context? With maybe no baseball in 27, and if there is some type of cap moving forward, whatever that looks like, are they positioned best by selling Scooble and already playing within that cap?
Well, that's what Stoney's case was. There will be other teams more desperate knowing there couldn't be a lost year coming up, take advantage of their desperation, get something for Scooble. Because in Tom's scenario, it's not like I know I'm making the ALCS.
Right.
Like he painted this picture where we get to 84 and then advance. First of all, you could get to the deadline, think you're going to get to 84, and the team just might not be good enough. And if you get in, there's no locks
Right.
that you're advancing anyway.
But you could.
But you could, John. 248-539-9797. This little win streak, 3 in a row. Is this exciting? Is this annoying? Is it both? What would you use to describe your emotions with this baseball team? Undefeated in the month of June, 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. No Tigers today after their getaway day game yesterday against the Rays. That was, of course, a 7-2 win for Detroit, which capped off their first sweep in Tampa Bay since 2016. Don't look now, but the Tigers are only 13 games below 500, 11 back in the division, and 6 games out of a wild card spot. Tomorrow they will return home to face the red-hot Seattle Mariners. Seattle lost yesterday to the Mets, but that snapped an 8-game winning streak for the reigning AL West champions. Despite 60 home runs and a 948 OPS last year, Mariners catcher Cal Raleig's numbers have overcorrected this season. He currently only has 7 bombs with a 560 OPS. He is dealing with an injury right now, and as he's in the midst of working his way off the 10-day injured list, he is not expected to play this weekend in Detroit, according to MLB.com. Tigers and Mariners start a 3-game set tomorrow at 6:40. And the Larry O'Brien Trophy returned to the floor in the NBA Finals last night for the first time since 2009. Game 1 between the Spurs and Knicks went to the visitors from New York. York as Jalen Brunson battled through an early leg injury to score a game-high 30 points. Karl Anthony Towns had 18 and 12, while Landry Shamet chipped in 13 points off the bench. Victor Wembanyama led San Antonio with 26 points, but was only 6 of 21 from the floor. The Spurs did not shoot it well as they went 11 of 43 from deep. Game 2 in that series tips off at 8:30 tomorrow night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Undefeated in June. Is this exciting or is this annoying because it's too late? This text says it's annoying because now they won't get anything from Skubal. They'll be convinced to keep him, and they still won't win a World Series. John brought up what's best for the organization. And I think from a fan standpoint, trying to gauge where people are at, like, is this like a microwave situation? As soon as they heat up, you're all the way back in? Or is this like a slow cook situation? I'm going to need to see this roast over 8 to 10 hours before I really start giving a bleep about him.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to see that there's a matter of consistency with the bats. There needs to be much better performance by the pitching staff, not just starters, but bullpen. If they do, then you can always reassess.
Yeah.
Expectations are, with 162 games, they're going to change. And certainly they've changed since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, they have been as streaky a baseball team as I can remember over the last couple seasons. The whiplash effect of being a Tiger fan.
Yeah. And
making
we'll
it
see.
in 24, blowing the lead in 25.
Yeah.
This awful start, and who knows what's ahead. John, how about we attack this one? It says, guys, I don't understand the trade Mize talk. He struggled for his first few years, but now he's figured it out. I think the next 4 will be his best. Explain the trade talk, KJ.
Well, the trade talk is the fact that he is not under contract. He is pitching well. And if you want to sign him, go for it. But if you don't feel like you can, then get something for him.
Yeah, because if he hits the open market, you could get nothing or a comp pick for him.
Right. Yeah. Woohoo.
I know we need something for radio, but this was one series in Tampa. Let's see who shows up this next week. To quote our old friend Dennis Green, they are who we thought they were. I'd love to see something interesting and exciting, but I'm not investing yet.
Right. And so against Seattle's, 3 above 500? And they're going to be playing at home. They don't play till Friday night, so off night tonight. We'll see what they look like against Seattle. And then it's 6 division games. It's the Minnesota Twins who swept them in 4 games early in the season. Now that was in Minnesota. And obviously Cleveland. We know what happened the last time they played Cleveland. There's going to be 3 against Cleveland, at Cleveland, I mean. So you got 6 division games, and it could be very decisive for Scott Harris if you could go 6-0 in those, which is bizarre to think. Maybe he says, well, we could go for it. If you lose both series, then hey, shop them.
John, you're the competitor. You played. There's a little extra juice in these next 3 series. Last year's playoff defeat.
Oh, yeah.
Also, what started their demise last year in the regular season in July, that's the Mariners.
Mariners, by the way, have won 8 of their last 9 games.
Yeah.
Seattle comes in hot.
The Twins, who you got embarrassingly swept by earlier this year.
Yeah.
The Guardians, who you got swept by embarrassingly this year. Just an extra little juice into that with these guys who are playing well. It's a great opportunity to turn this thing around here.
Well, and that's the exciting thing about Seattle is, they have won 8 of 9. Well, the Tigers have won 3 of 3. All right, so
the Mariners run a losing streak.
Well,
all of one game.
Yeah. But you got two teams that are playing well.
Yeah.
And if you're taking away the records, you're taking away everything, just saying, will this be a good game? Do I want to go down Friday night or Saturday or Sunday to watch the Tigers play? They are playing against a team that is hot right now. The Tigers are hot. There is some juice to this series. It's the team that knocked them out last year. So, yeah, I mean, there is some storylines. There's some excitement that you could generate for watching these 3 next series.
Yeah, I mean, put it that way. If you just break it down into little bite-sized chunks of the season, if the Rays series didn't go that way, nobody's excited.
There's no juice.
Yeah, there's no juice. Now, maybe there's some juice. There's some good pitching matchups, right? You're going to see Valdez and Wu on Friday night. It's a good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, and then you got Montero, who has, for the most part, pitched well.
Oh, that's the other thing you missed. They pulled him at 65 pitches on Sunday. Shutout baseball, 65 pitches. AJ goes to the pen. They give up the lead.
Why do they keep doing that to Montero? Like, is there a pitcher? I mean, I'm sure there is in Major League Baseball that's not a star, that has pitched well enough to have a good record.
Oh, yeah. People were all upset about it. I mean, AJ said, well, third time through, but Montero's good third time through. And then he said they liked Anderson against the lefties, those same lefties that Montero had dispatched in light work on that Sunday.
Yeah.
Reportedly, AJ said they locked eyes.
And they just knew. He didn't have 66 on him.
Before we get to the call, I got a number for you.
Yeah.
And it's totally about this series versus the season. Now, they did get batters back, so I think you have to include that with at least a little bit of hope here. Mm-hmm. They scored 25 runs against the Rays. Mm-hmm. They've scored 248 runs all season. Wow. They scored over 10% of their runs this season in 3 games. But they had the 2 bats.
Yeah. I thought I saw a similar variation of that stat, that they scored 81 runs all of May. So they put up 30% of last month's offense
in 3 games.
In 3 games.
And you just say that's fluky, but then the bats were added, Torres and Carp.
Mm-hmm. Well, and how about Torres? Like, I turned the radio on. I had just gotten in the car, stopped at my buddy's house. We're sorting through gear. I'm like, hey, if I get in the truck now, I'll be able to hear the Tigers play. And Torres goes yard, first at bat.
Mm-hmm. And,
really?
and a bomb, like 433.
Yeah.
Just crushed it.
See, people say the nature of the sport is every team has a series like this. You could be the worst team in baseball and go beat the best team in baseball in 3 games in 162. It does happen. But they did add the bats. Yeah. So you would normally call BS on this for the time being.
That's why I said it was eyebrow raising, the offense prior to yesterday's game. Like, just eyebrow raising. Not that it means anything. If you did something or nothing, it's still nothing until they actually get back in this. But it was eyebrow raising to see those 2 guys come back in and make an immediate impact.
Right. And Torres follow up the home run.
What 3 hit
with
day?
3 of 5 yesterday.
Yeah.
And the other thing, John, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, the one thing about this team and their DNA since 2024 is they're as streaky as it gets in baseball. And so they have the capability of just completely switching things around. That's who they are. And I did hear Wojo last night say that's the reason to think this might be something.
Let's get to Brad in Waterford. Brad, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I hate to, this is blasphemous, longtime Tiger fan, but honestly, I've got a better chance of dating Sydney Sweeney than the Tigers making it to the World Series. They're not going. You got to trade Skubal, okay? And there's Dan O'Dowd out there, who's a guy in MLB Network who I really trust and is right a lot. And let's just say the Dodgers, because they're going to be the ones. You trade Skubal for Mike Sirota, who's a beast of a right-handed power bat. Then you get River Ryan, okay? You got Melton, you got Job, you got Valdez. Then all of a sudden you got Ryan. You got Clark coming to center field. You got Brasenio coming back at first base. You got Sirota out there. This is not a reset, guys. This is not oh, God, here we go again. This is, you know what? It wasn't the year. A lot of things went wrong.
Yep.
Let's get what we can for Skubal. Stay on the same pitch. Stay on the same track. The Comedy Central is not good. Dodgers are going to win it anyways. Who cares? Those 2 guys that O'Dowd said, look them up, Cookies.
Yeah, no, I pulled them up.
Yeah, River Ryan's coming off the Tommy John, and he's pitched well. And you could give him more time, and he could be one of your in your rotation next year.
Yeah, and just so people know, this Sirota guy, he's in Double-A with Tulsa, Dodger prospect. He's their number 4 prospect. He plays the outfield. He's hitting .331 this year with power, slugging almost 600. He's a right-handed bat. We have so many lefties.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
was he the one that got tripped up by the dog?
No, that was a different guy.
Okay.
Again, without sitting there and watching his MILB highlights, Scott Harris will scout these dudes. I agree with that phone call. That the right thing to do, they're not a World Series team.
Yeah.
Even if they rattle off a little mini win streak here and flirt with a 500 record, that doesn't mean you should risk losing Tarek Skubal to chase not a World Series. Because again, they're missing the oomph. if they were going to add at the deadline, but they're not in a position to do that.
No, and I mean, if they go on a little mini run here, it's going to be without Skubal.
Right.
And so, everything went downhill. The timing was they went downhill without Skubal. Mm-hmm. But if he comes back, it's only going to be one of every 5. And if you go on a little run here, I mean, did we not go on a run after we traded Jack Flaherty? We sold at the deadline and then went on a run.
Couple texts. Wake me up when they're 500. So at least another 13 games. They'd have to win all of them before this person gets up and really pays attention. People need to learn to enjoy the ride. Go Tigers.
And that's what
completely
it's going to
different
be
mindset. Yeah,
this year is if they go on a run, just enjoy the fact that it's better than May.
Right. People are overreacting. This is a splash of water on a dumpster fire. It'll be back to trade talk soon. Signed, Tony. Why would I be annoyed with a 3-game win streak? Do we want them to just roll over in June? Well, no, but the argument would be, of course, you want your team to win.
The threat is that they do well enough that Scott Harris doesn't sell. They miss the playoffs or they're a first-round exit.
Yeah, I believe I called it the danger zone yesterday, where you get yourself
into you went full Top Gun.
Yeah, you get yourself into this no man's land where you're maybe delusional enough to hold serve, but not good enough to win. I'm not suggesting I want them to lose every game, but there's something to be said for it being definitive, for you having a clear path. Because then we can do hey, let's workshop trades. Scott has a clear direction at the deadline. He has marching orders. He can try to reset, and as that caller put it, pivot so that they're better for it moving forward beyond this season.
Yeah.
Let's get to Drew in Monroe. Drew, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hey, so I think the Red Wings have given us a great blueprint for what the Tigers need to be doing. And I'm of the mind of I don't care if we make the playoffs if we're not competing for championships. So, and the Wings, we keep saying, we got to push for the playoffs. Well, what good has that done the Red Wings trying to push for the playoffs? I mean, they should have been selling probably the last 4 years, and we're just in this murky middle now. And if the Tigers don't do something like that, if they don't sell, they're just destined for purgatory. You got to move Mize if you're not re-signing him. You got to get off school. You got to get what you can for these guys. And like you said, like the last caller said, you hit the reset button.
Yeah, and Drew, at that point,
example of what we need to do.
At that point, Job's coming back at the end of the year, and you got Melton, and you mentioned Valdez has signed multiple years here. You just reset your rotation, and you keep stockpiling these young bats, and I mean, it's a lost year. There's really, I mean, outside of some unbelievable run, it's going to be a lost year. Let's get to Jerry briefly. Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, the thing of it is we don't have to do all this in 1 month. Right now, they're 13 games under 500. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. But each month, they have 27 games or 24 games.
Okay.
So each month, if they just go 5 games over 500, they'll make up 20 games right there. And if they do a little bit more than that each month, I mean, this team can do it. I don't understand why everybody thinks it has to be done right now.
Well, you don't have 4 months because the deadline's August 3rd. So you really have 2 months.
Well, yeah, but if you're decided you're going for it and you're going to try and keep Skubal, I know that's
right.
hard, but yeah, you can do it. That's the thing.
Look, I get there's enough games that you can win enough games, but my point is that the timeline is actually shorter than you realize.
Right. Yeah. To get to a decision.
Yeah.
Guys, I got it. They should win the games.
Hey, just to throw a little more hope out there.
Yeah.
Skubal is likely starting this weekend in Toledo. If he pitches well, he would pitch Friday night in Cleveland next week. So if you play well over the next 6 games and you keep inching, and you go down there with the guy they hate more than anybody, just a little bit of magic there.
See, does this count? This is who's the first to get in that show. This is why I said Tom.
I said hope.
Well, Greg, I think you nailed it. Just win baseball games. Win every single game, and they'll be in the playoffs. We got Heather's News, 2 Grand Slam, Dear John, all coming up. It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and you never saw it coming. That's life on the road, especially with more people out in the nice weather, more construction. There's also bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up. If you're injured, call David Firmino and the accident response team. They'll help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
before the 2 Grand Slam. Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can grab one at 7-Eleven or Speedway. Well, you guys, there is controversy in Birmingham over the slated construction of a Dollar Tree on Woodward. So some people say that more dollar stores are just a sign of the tough economy. Others are saying a dollar store doesn't belong in an upscale city like Birmingham. And some also worry that it could invite more crime. So this proposed Dollar Tree would take over this old CVS that's on Woodward and Ruffner Street. But there is already this change.org petition. It's got more than 500 signatures of people that do not want to see this dollar store in Birmingham. Representatives for Dollar Tree say that, hey, it's going to be a clean store. We're going to create jobs and it's going to help people meet their needs at a good value. And of course, there are people who say, it doesn't affect me. I don't mind shopping at a dollar.
So what is it? The people of Birmingham don't want the poors shopping too close to them at the Dollar Tree?
They don't want a dollar store
Make
in
it a
their
$10
neighborhood.
tree.
And the dollar store is not actually a dollar. There's really
Right.
not much there
Yeah,
for a
for a
dollar
dollar,
anymore.
yeah.
So, hey, former Fox 2 anchor Taryn Asher has filed a complaint in federal court alleging sex-based discrimination and retaliation by the TV station. So the lawsuit alleges that her firing, which was in November of 2025, was a direct response to ongoing concerns that she expressed that the leadership there was giving unequal treatment to her. She complained or claims that she was experiencing this unequal treatment compared to her male co-anchor, Roop Raj. More specifically, Asher alleged that she was frequently excluded in conversations about guest segment interviews. And as a result, she just consistently received less guest interviews compared to Roop Raj on the evening news. Also alleged that she noticed that an alarming pattern of female employees in leadership positions were being terminated and replaced by men. She did raise concerns with the station's GM. No changes came. And then on November 4th, she was placed on leave pending an investigation into alleged complaints of egregious behavior. And then she was ultimately fired from the station weeks later based on accusations that she had engaged in alleged outbursts. Those are all things she denies in the complaints. And now, she worked at Fox 2 for 18 years. She was there for a long time. So she is seeking lost past and future wages, lost benefits, and punitive damages as a result of the mental and emotional distress and loss of her professional reputation from her being fired. So we'll see what comes of that. Oakland County Police are looking for tips in an armed robbery of a Clarkston Jimmy John's right down the street from my house.
Wow.
So detectives with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office are asking for the public's help in providing tips or maybe camera footage related to this robbery that happened on Tuesday night. So deputies were called to the Jimmy John's after receiving reports of an armed robbery. And they say that this male suspect got into the store by shattering the glass window at the back or the glass door. And then once inside, the suspect confronted 2 female employees with a handgun, demanded that they get into the store's safe. Wow. And when they said, we don't have access to the safe, this robber demanded that they put their purse on the counter, and he stole both of the purses and ran out on foot. So they did do a search of the area, but the suspect wasn't located. They say he was wearing a mask, a black hooded sweatshirt, and black shoes at the time of the incident. Yeah. Hey, if you'd like to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play at the 2 Grand Slam. San Francisco 49ers receiver Brandon Ayuk has a warrant out for his arrest stemming from this video that he posted on social media back in December. So this video that was posted on YouTube shows him driving more than 100 miles per hour down a street that runs alongside Levi's Stadium. Now, the video quickly went viral. He actually issued an apology and kind of said, my car content won't come with speeding anymore. But apparently that video was, the Santa Clara Police Department sent that case to the district attorney's office. They reviewed everything and have since issued
An arrest warrant?
warrant.
Wow.
Yeah.
Told on himself.
Got himself in trouble.
Well, he hasn't really made all the best decisions.
No, he hasn't, John.
Ford is recalling almost 420,000 vehicles because of a seatbelt issue that may result in an injury if a crash occurs. So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said on Tuesday that the recall includes certain Ford Expedition and Lincoln Navigator vehicles between the model years 2018 and 2022. And basically they say the issue is that the seatbelts may not lock, or they may lock inadvertently, not allowing them to retract or extend. So it could be a big safety issue, especially if you're in a crash. So if you have one of those, you're going to receive a notification in the mail, and then you can just take it to your dealership.
They'll fix it
for free, but you should definitely do that if
aware.
you do own one.
Yeah.
Yes, let's be safe out there.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Let's give away some money. It's the $2 Slam.
Let's give away some money. We all know the rules. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly, and hopefully you can get them all right and walk away with $2,000.
Colin in Dearborn. Good
Colin.
morning.
Good morning. How are we doing, guys?
Good.
Hello.
Good.
Have you played before?
Yes, this will be my third time playing, actually.
Look at you, a seasoned vet.
Frequent flyer.
Yeah. How have you done in the past?
I've gotten 8 both times.
All right, setting the bar high.
Oh.
So you know the rules. I don't need to go over anything. Let's play. Your time is going to start right now. Who was the Detroit Tigers starting pitcher yesterday?
Jack Flaherty.
This artist had the 2022 hit Anti-Hero.
Taylor Swift.
Does Seth Jarvis play for the Hurricanes or the Golden Knights?
Hurricanes.
Does Miles McBride play for the Knicks or the Spurs?
Knicks.
This fast food restaurant has the Baconator on its menu.
Wendy's.
Who is the pitching coach for the Detroit Tigers?
Pass.
Who is the head football coach for the LSU Tigers?
Kiffin.
Who played Rachel Dawes in Batman Begins?
Katie Holmes.
What is the capital of Syria?
Pass.
How many NBA championships did Tim Duncan win?
3.
I got you with 6.
6.
Yeah.
was a
Taking
tough
a step
one.
back. Yeah, that was a tough one.
Chris Fetter is the Tigers pitching coach.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter now, but
Yeah, you knew it.
yeah.
Still would only got you to 7, but hey, you pulled out a couple of good ones there. Let me ask you this. Were you guessing when it was either the Hurricanes or Golden Knights, and it sounded like you knew the Knicks or Spurs?
Yeah, I knew the McBride one, but the Hurricanes, I have no idea.
Okay, well, you guessed
You
right.
got it.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go. Well, as you know the drill. Stay on the line. We'll get you your $150, and we'll go through them right now. $2 Slam on Tuesdays or Thursday. What is today? Thursday.
Thursday.
Brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid.
You're
Who
still
was the
getting
Detroit
settled
Tigers? I'm getting back in the swing of things. The Detroit Tigers starting pitcher yesterday. He said Jack Flaherty. It was 2 days ago?
Yeah, it's Melton.
Yep.
Win 8 innings and a win.
This artist had the 2022 hit Anti-Hero. He got this one right.
One of John's favorites, I'm sure.
Yes, Taylor Swift. Seth Jarvis plays for the Hurricanes. He got that one.
This really was a gift from Tom. He's like, I don't know if people are going to know who Seth Jarvis is, what sport he plays, who's in the Stanley Cup. Just 50-50 shot. Name a team.
That would have been hilarious. What sport does Seth Jarvis play? How many would have said hockey?
We'll do one of those down the line.
Okay.
We'll
Miles
do it with a World Cup
McBride
player.
does play for the Knicks. Wendy's has the Baconator. I would have been upset if he didn't get this one. Chris Federer, as he mentioned at the end there, is the pitching coach for the Detroit Tigers. Lane Kiffin is the coach for the LSU Tigers. Took him a little while, but he eventually got it. Katie Holmes plays Rachel Dawes in Batman Begins. The capital of Syria. Did you know this?
I did not.
Okay. Damascus.
Did you know it?
No.
Okay, you only know the U.S. capitals.
Yeah. I do know some other capitals, but the U.S. ones are where I'm at.
How many titles for Duncan? After the buzzer, he said 3. It's not 3.
Nope, it's 5.
Yeah.
So
The big fundamental.
Gotta tell you, that Lane Kiffin question, I kind of expected that sort of result. You had to think. It just wasn't like, oh, yeah.
yeah, it's been out of the news for a little bit. He hasn't been as mouthy as he normally is
Yet.
in the offseason. Yeah.
Got Dear John coming up next. As always, send him in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Advice right from John next, 97.1. Send them in. Dear Jon Jansen at gmail.com.
Yeah.
Your topics today.
Oh, let's go. Excited for this segment.
Not totally honest,
Okay.
sentimental, and the sink.
Oh.
All right. This is interesting. I'm going to get you started, John. Dear John, my wife and I are in our mid-40s, and we've been married for 3 years. Neither of us had been married before. Well, we ran into an old friend of hers that she hasn't seen in 20 years, and she was, very high energy, talked a lot, and they were reminiscing and telling stories, and it was becoming very clear that my wife had slept with more men than she had told me about. It bothered me to learn this news, and I can't get it out of my mind. Should I be upset that she wasn't honest with me?
No. If you're that insecure or jealous at this point, like you've that issue is yours and yours alone. You are married. You didn't get married until you were in your 40s. She
lived a life.
She lived a life, and whether she was wild and crazy when she was 23 or 30, like, she obviously didn't meet somebody that she wanted to spend forever with until she met you. And that right there should be the answer to all of your questions that, hey, no matter what happened before that, none of them lived up to the standard that you set.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Do you really want to know every person your partner slept with?
Well, that's my question. So it's not even about, I don't think he should be upset at all. He should not be upset with his wife. But, like, is this a conversation you have with your significant other? Like, do you sit down and okay,
Yeah, how many
lay it
dudes
out
did you
there?
bang?
Yeah.
And
like,
there was Ryan in October. Like, what?
is it something that people discuss? Like,
No,
I don't think so.
So
You
Lisa
guys
and I
know?
met, and obviously she knew that I had been with someone else because, one, I was married, and
were
I have
kids.
4 kids.
well,
So at
clearly.
least I had done it 4 times.
Well, if you want your partner to be good at it, they probably have to have done it a few times. So don't be surprised.
I mean, I know almost everything there is to know about my husband, and we've shared every secret you could possibly have. But, like, I don't think I've ever
Asked him when
Asked
you were
him?
on a break.
or needed to know, and he has never asked me or needed to know.
like, boyfriends or girlfriends.
Well, sure.
And, look, people my age are on the dating apps. Doesn't have to be someone you're in a 6-month
No.
relationship with. But do you really want to go through and count them all?
Does
do you
it
want to
make
know
a
that number?
difference? No,
it doesn't make a difference. It really doesn't, unless you found out she was being paid for it.
Oh boy.
Then there might be an issue.
I guess the only thing would be just you want to make sure no one has, like,
A disease?
yeah, outside of that, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Next one, sentimental.
Can we get a blood test?
This is a very different question. It's a sentimental question. Dear John, I got a garage sale planned for later in the summer, and I don't know what to do with an old set of golf clubs my grandpa left me. I don't really play, and they're too old to use anyway. They're collecting dust. Do I sell them or keep them for sentimental reasons?
If you're not going to use them and they're just collecting dust, nobody may want them. If they're that old,
Right.
you may put them out there. Then the question is, if I don't sell and I don't want them, do I throw grandpa's clubs away? In that case, if
Donate
I
'em?
would say, no, I would say go ahead and sell them. And if you're going to keep them after that, if they don't sell, then keep one.
Oh, yeah.
Keep
What are you going to do with it, though?
I don't know,
as a
just
Gonna
sit
memento.
down
collect dust in
corner
the
and-
attic? Sit in the corner.
Yeah, like
You
I
could
keep the
display.
driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying
Is he
That's my
married? It's not
grandpa's
going to
wood.
sit in the corner.
That's his one wood.
Where? A closet?
Was there a conversation to be had here about family members that leave you stuff that you don't want?
That's my grandpa's driver.
He's still stuck on that.
Yes.
But no, think about this. Like, whether it's your parents or grandparents, if they leave you stuff what if it's junk?
Right.
Get
Yeah,
rid
it doesn't
of it.
mean you have to
Get
keep
rid
it.
of
yeah.
it. Do not keep it.
No, I would say go ahead and sell it. See what you can get for it. And if that's the case and you get whatever it is, then what's the greatest memory that you have with your grandpa? What's the greatest thing that maybe you guys did together, if there was anything? And then put that money towards something that you would actually be using and say, this is how I'm remembering my grandparents.
Yes. All right, the sink. Dear John, I've been with my boyfriend for nearly a year and a half. We came home from a party and I ran upstairs to my place to use the bathroom. We only have one. And instead of waiting, my boyfriend used the sink in the kitchen.
Oh.
Is this what guys do? I think it's disgusting and may be a deal breaker for me. I really like him and don't want to ruin the relationship. If this is a normal thing guys do, it just seemed weird and disgusting.
No, not the sink in your house. No.
Wait, the sink in your house?
Well, I mean, there have been some times where you're at a bar and all the urinals and all the seats are being taken, so the sink is
Seats
the
taken.
next option. But
I
no.
witnessed that at the Silver Dome several times.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah,
Yes, guys peeing in the sink.
sure.
It's awful, Heather.
Well, I'm just like,
Oh no, so yeah, I mean, like, okay, at the Silverdome, right, or like something like that. Okay, I've seen it, may have done it,
oh my gosh.
but at home, no. That's where you put your utensils. That's where you put your coffee mug.
Yeah, you're washing your hands and your fruit and your vegetables and things like
Yeah,
Your eggplant.
yeah. He put his he put his fruit in there. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it's not normal. And yes, that's a deal breaker. If you're going to pee in the sink at home,
Like, why wouldn't he? I
Go
would rather
outside in
just
the
why wouldn't he
backyard.
just peed outside?
right? Yeah. Hey, if you're going to use it, I'll be in a minute. Find
Just
a tree.
hold it for a
Yeah.
couple seconds. She's probably almost.
Oh, sometimes
done.
when you got to go, you got to go.
Right, but I would step outside before
Right,
I pee
yeah.
in the
Step outside.
sink.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Is it a
That
deal
is-
breaker? So you break up with the guy over it.
Well, I mean, it's what does that tell you about that guy? That's
Right.
that's the thing. It's not that may gross you out, and if you can get over it, hey, that's fine. But what other things does that? If that action is
I'm reading back through this. A year and a half. So this isn't a new relationship.
no, they've been
Maybe he was
now you
just
gotta potty-
really drunk.
You got to potty train your
He came home
boyfriend.
from a party. Maybe it's something he doesn't always do. He was just in a
he's just in a weird headspace, really drunk, and said,
I gotta go.
This will work.
Yeah, this will do.
"Yeah, no, that is not at home."
I guess.
I don't know. I mean, I was a little surprised you said no because you pee in the pool.
God.
I think there's a difference.
What's the
John.
difference? Right?
Yeah,
Well,
but you're actually swimming in your pee.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus just doing it
Yeah.
in your sink.
It's and your
Getting a
argument
little
is,
up
hey,
your
there's
nose.
chlorine. Well, there's soap in the sink. I mean, how is it any different?
Everybody is doing it in the pool, whether they tell you or not.
No, they're
Not everybody is going in their sink. There's
No,
an
but-
expectation of cleanliness with the sink. There is not that expectation when you get in a public pool.
Well, you could just bleach it.
Sure.
The sink.
You can send your questions in. More of these. Fresh batch next week. Send them in. Dear
You think
John
I was
Jansen.
going to turn it on you?
I knew it was going to come up somehow. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com.
Hey, does swapping count? Is terms of counting the partners, or if they're both swapping, does it just the
Cancel
net
each
is
other
zero?
out.
Can you go back to the lake or wherever you were? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and for power, there's really no comparison. Ram has a couple of choices. You could choose from their legendary 5.7 Hemi V8 or the Hurricane engine. You got two choices there. 420 horsepower Hurricane engine or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Plus, a full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-lane coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, all you got to do is go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
Feedback on Dear John. We'll get to his trip and all the things he missed while he was gone. And we have the latest from Buster Olney on what the Tigers may be thinking ahead of the trade deadline. Much to discuss today. Good morning, 97.1. Thanks for getting up with us. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. On our Dear John segment, we got feedback. It says, hell no, I don't want to know and I don't want to tell when it comes to past partners.
Plus, don't you think, well, maybe this is in my head, that people lie about it anyway?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like guys are probably going to increase their number and
Women decrease it.
Yeah.
All right, Insecure McGee, go back to church and find a pure soul. Grow up.
Yeah.
It's not about how many she slept with. It's about being sneaky or lying. Everything should be out in the open.
Okay, but so then the question is, did you ask the question? Did you ask, before you pop the question, how many dudes have you been with? I'm trying to say that in a nice way.
Mm-hmm. Says, hey, golf club guy, what kind are they? I have an old Scotty Cameron putter. It could be worth something.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe look it up. Google it.
Yeah. Try to sell the clubs. If they don't sell, keep one, put 2 nails in the wall, and put it up for decor. Nate on 75.
Yeah, there you go.
Heather's making a
I'll
face.
just say, are you married?
What about like in a man cave area?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you got an office, you got, a basement,
Yeah,
you got
office,
something. Yeah.
man cave, closet.
You don't want it in the living room?
Attic.
Attic?
Yeah, you don't want to look at Grandpa's wood.
Did you miss him? On peeing in the sink. We have a lot of feedback on that. It says, I lived in my house for 15 years. Never did that once, but I have peed in the backyard many, many times. Matt in a truck.
Agree.
The peeing in the sink isn't a deal breaker. Have him clean the sink. Don't throw away a 1.5 year relationship.
So the question is, what other behaviors, if they're willing to do that, what other behaviors have you missed out on?
Right.
And when are you going to find out about them?
All drains lead to the ocean. Smiley face.
Yeah, kind of guys go to the same place.
I peed in the sink in the basement next to the washing machine, but never in the kitchen sink, from an unnamed text.
Oh, okay. So the utility sink.
Yeah, it's like a laundry basin different than your kitchen sink.
I don't know. Peed in a friend's
Well,
laundry.
I mean, it probably would be, right? I mean, that's where you
Well,
clean
like-
the paintbrushes.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
This guy says he's done that the laundry tub in the basement at a party because all the bathrooms were taken.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not at his house.
My thing with the kitchen sink thing is it's even if you're trying to get it right to the drain, the aim, if you miss just the splatter, like
It's true.
It is, yeah. I mean,
under the counter potentially, depending on how deep your sink is and how big
how
the other thing is.
well or not endowed you might be. Yeah.
It's the proximity.
I know,
of,
yeah. I mean, I
of
hate
your,
to get caught in the disposal.
It's the proximity of your the proximity of the crank to the sink.
Wait, that's not the light.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Ouch.
As George Costanza once said, it's all pipes. But yes, this is gross. Now this says, don't end the relationship. Get a place with more than one bathroom.
Well, that could be an
More
option.
than one sink.
My girlfriend
Yeah,
and
why
I,
didn't he use the sink in the bathroom while she was on the can?
says, me and my girlfriend live in an apartment with only one bathroom. When she drinks and takes a long time to pee, going outside to pee isn't an option because, apartment. So if I really got to go, if I have to use the sink, I'll do a good scrub down with soap immediately afterwards.
Okay. I mean, I would still say, I mean, you're not going to do it off the balcony, but go outside.
Yeah, you can over by a bush.
Water a plant. Yeah.
Water a plant.
Water a plant. I don't know that I would water a plant in the house.
No, I'm saying on the balcony.
outside.
On the balcony.
Oh, on
no,
the balcony.
Not in the
Yeah,
house.
but what if it, I mean it
You just
what
said
if
pee
you,
over the balcony
Right, but if you're watering a plant on the balcony,
and you miss.
no, or it fills up, then it starts dripping down.
I'm talking like one of our work, like if you have like a plant. That's it.
Right,
You're going to fill that
Yeah, I mean, you've been out drinking.
Got a short
I'm a
break. Just run to the
well-hydrated
plant.
individual. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you've been out drinking and you're well hydrated, sometimes it's just, there's no end in sight.
Hey, 8:02, we're going to get into all the storylines you missed. How was the trip?
Oh, the trip was amazing. It was, the weather is probably the biggest story. It was 75 to 80 and sunny every day. And because it was so close to when there was actually snow, like when we were up there were still snowbanks. And I didn't check some of them to see when we left if they had all melted, but because it had been so cold, the bug hatch, the mosquito hatch was delayed. It's the only time I've been up there where I did not use bug spray at all. Wow. It was unbelievable. I lived it, and I still can't believe it's true. And so that was the greatest part of it. You didn't have to worry about the bugs at all. The other part was the fishing was tremendous. The weather, the bugs, the fishing. I caught well over 100 walleye a day. And so there was a lot of shouting going on. I told you guys what we shout when we catch one. And it was a perfect trip.
You showed us some pictures of bear paws.
So the wildlife was maybe the story of the trip. I saw a bear up there like you see deer down here.
That's awesome.
Going out to the lake, every time there was 2 or 3 bear running across the road, and you'd try and speed up to take a picture because it's unique to us. To them, it literally is like deer. And underneath the shed that was behind the house that we were staying in, there was a den of foxes that was there. And I would literally in the morning, I'd get up 4:30, I'd make my coffee, and I would sit out behind my truck because there's no bugs and enjoy the sunrise. And the mama fox was literally 6 feet away. I was having conversation with this fox. What are you going to do today? Well, I'm going to go fishing. Hey, I tell you what, after I clean the fish, I'm going to leave you the fish guts. And we, every once in a while we would, and we'd throw them a hot dog bun or something like that. And she would take it underneath. There were 4 or 5, what do you call them? Fox kittens? Cubs?
I don't know.
What are they called? Kits?
Baby fox?
I don't know.
Kits?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just...
Anyway, and they would come out and they would play around. They were a little bit more cautious around people than the mama was. But we saw one of the people in our group, I didn't see it, but a black wolf.
Oh.
Wow.
And so, and probably the greatest story was, I mentioned the bear, came back at the end of the day and noticed that there were bear paws on the hood of my truck.
Oh, wow.
So one had gotten up and was looking for a way in. And the story...
It was looking for a lift into town.
Well, the story that was told to me was a few years ago when I wasn't there, somebody had left the window cracked open. A bear had one of the back windows of the truck, the sliding window, had pried it open and got in the truck and was wreaking havoc. Mm-hmm. And then they had to wait for the truck or for the bear to leave before they got in the truck. So, yeah, it just was a tremendous fishing trip.
You got a chance to check out?
Yes, I was unplugged as you can be. Had no idea what was going on with Detroit sports, and we'll talk about that in just a few moments. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. It's not exactly breaking news, but we do have a Tigers trade update this morning from a national insider. ESPN's lead baseball reporter Buster Olney posted on Twitter this morning an update on trade stuff, as he said. Regarding the Tigers, he said, quote, Tigers are telling other teams as of now they're not selling. The sweep of the Rays will fuel their hope of climbing back into the AL race, unquote. The Tigers are still 13 games below 500 and 6 games back of a wild card spot after sweeping Tampa yesterday. As of right now, Fangraphs gives the Tigers a 16% chance to make the postseason. Tomorrow, they will start a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners at Comerica Park. The Mariners will send right-hander Brian Wu to the mound, while the Tigers will start the lefty Framber Valdez. We could see Justin Verlander this series after his rehab outing in Toledo on Tuesday night. He could fill the now vacant rotation spot for Ty Madden, who has been moved to the bullpen. Yesterday, A.J. Hinch said the team would not make a decision on the next steps for Verlander until Hinch and the team spoke with JV about how he was feeling after his rehab game. First pitch in the series opener between Seattle and Detroit is at 6:40 tomorrow. And Game 1 of the NBA Finals took place last night. The Knicks were 4.5-point underdogs on the road against the Spurs, but won by 10, 105-95. This is now the first time in franchise history the Spurs have trailed in an NBA Finals series other than when they lost Game 7 to the Heat back in 2013. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, summer's finally here, the weather's heating up, and you're probably planning vacations and backyard barbecues. But let me ask you a question. When was the last time you actually looked at your roof? The summer storm season is officially here, and you don't want a leaky roof ruining your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did. Call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today, or you can find them on the web at rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
Undefeated in the month of June, Tigers 3-0 after a terrible month of May. Still way below 500. Off day today before a series with the Mariners. John, while you were gone, Dylan Dingler, after their win against Tampa on Monday, channeling a little bit of Jake Rogers. Could this be the start of something?
Well, the Tigers get hot.
What say you?
It's fun. All right. The last 3 games were fun. May was not fun.
No.
And if this is the start of something, so be it. I think we all need to see more. Mm-hmm. We all need to see that this isn't just a 3-game. This isn't just a one-off in a series. And they dug themselves such a deep hole. It's not going to have to just be good. They're going to have to be great. And do we think this team can be great for 100 games remaining? 99.
99 now. Before the year, you thought they could win how many games?
I think it was at 89.
Okay. Yeah, upper 80s.
Yeah.
They have to have like a 100-win pace the rest of the way to make the playoffs. Feels daunting.
Yeah.
It's eyebrow-raising because the bats have come alive in June, and it coincides with getting back Kerry Carpenter and Gleyber Torres. I mean, that's the path to be more of the team we thought they were at the start of the season, but if you thought they were an 88 or an 89-win team, that's not going to be good enough. They have to be on fire for them to make the playoffs. So we'll get to where this ultimately leads. Not the postseason, but what happens at the trade deadline. We've got the latest from a Baseball Insider. We'll do that later in the hour.
You know, yesterday's lineup, and this is with the stats after yesterday's game, so it certainly elevated the numbers. Top 5 hitters, all 750 plus OPS.
Yeah. Suddenly a stable lineup.
Yeah, and then Torque was next, and he's plus 700. I think you take that with your 6th hitter. Keith 7th. If he can get any extra base stuff going. I mean, I think Dingler's been helped with the return of Carpenter and Torres.
Yeah.
You know, guys surrounding guys help each other. Somebody's got to be pitched to. Mm-hmm. It wasn't the case in May.
Yeah, a lot of empty at-bats.
And the other thing, again, we said it earlier, but they scored 25 runs in this series. They have 248 for the season. So they scored more than 10% of their runs in a 3-game series.
If you think about it like this, they scored 81 in May, which means they scored 30% of their May total through 3 games.
Right. It's unbelievable. Yeah. How do you get to June and you scored more than 10% of your runs in the season in a 3-game series? Wow.
You have to both be this bad for this long and then suddenly surge this quickly. But to John's point, is it even a surge yet? No. It's a series sweep.
Yeah.
But it's not a surge yet. They got Seattle coming in for a series this weekend. And how about the stage that is the team that eliminated them last year, the team that started their funk last season too, right? Right before the All-Star break, Seattle beat them, and then they went into that slide.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a little juice into all 3 series, right? Because Tom, you brought this up earlier. It's Seattle, like you're talking about, the team that sent you home for the offseason.
Team that's won 8 of 9, coming in hot.
Mm-hmm. And then you've got 2 division opponents, Minnesota, who you got swept in a 4-game series earlier this year in Minnesota. And then it's Cleveland, who swept you at home not that long ago. So I'll start to buy in more than just this is fun if they're able to win, let's just say they're able to win all 3 series. Now, the Seattle series, okay, that's a give or take because they're a better team than the Tigers are.
Yeah, but they don't. There's no luxury of saying that anymore. You have to beat everybody.
Right,
You have to win
You've
2 of
gotta
every 3
win-
games.
You've got to win not every series, but a vast majority of them, and you certainly have to win the series against division opponents.
So if you used Father's Day as kind of the next, benchmark of the baseball season, it would be Seattle, Minnesota, Cleveland, Houston, and then the White Sox. And the White Sox is noteworthy because of the sweep last weekend at the end of the month of May. They've had such a great start, and this has been such a disaster for the Tigers. Could we set Father's Day as the next checkpoint?
I think so.
And what do they
unless
have to
they
have
completely
accomplished?
fall apart again, or they take on some 11-2 surge. Whatever. I think that we'd have to wait to Father's Day.
So Father's Day, you can actually take your dad to a ball game and be proud of this team. What has to be the case on that day? How many games below 500 do they have to be? Because what is it now, 13?
Yeah, I think it's got to be 8 or 9. You've got to continue to chop this off. John, you said win every series, the next 3 series. That'd be 6-3. That'd get you to 10 under on June 14th.
Yeah.
You mean
June
20. Oh, sorry, June 14th. Yeah, I'm going to Father's Day's 2 more series. So then you pick up 2 more games. So you would be 8 under on Father's Day.
I said yesterday it needs to be 6 by the end of June.
Is 6 under 500.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, that you're talking about going from where they were 6-22 in May to a team that's on the verge of not just being good, but having a great run.
That would be June. If they got to 6 under, they would have shaved off 10 games. It was from 16 under to 6 under. So 10 games above 500 in June. Not as bad as May if you're reversing it, because that's unreasonable.
Yeah, you're not going to make up a whole month of May.
But I think you get yourselves into the conversation. Look, the other thing, too, if these next 2 series with Seattle, Minnesota, but then Cleveland, school could be back that Friday night in Cleveland. So if you go 4-2 or better here in the next 6 games, and you go down there after they swept your ass here with your dog, the guy, public enemy number 1 for Cleveland, might be a little juice for that night. People, I think, would start to get a little bit. Look, we had a thing yesterday, and it's not going to happen anytime soon, John, but who's the first one on the show that buys in?
Who did they say? I think
you.
Greg let it. What's that?
We said it would be you.
Oh, me.
You're normally the glass half full. You weren't here for the rock bottom. You come back. They're on a 3-game win streak. Can they hook you in before any of us?
I think I'm predisposed to that, for sure.
Because the comparison is to 24 when we were starting to kind of, what's going on here?
But he was one of the last guys in 24, right? The whole Destiny bit?
Yeah. I kind of pride myself in not being as reactionary.
Let it play out.
Yeah. and overreacting to 1 win, 1 loss. There were many losses in May, which led us to believe that this team was going to be selling at the deadline and should be selling at the deadline. Now they've won 3 in a row. And again, I'm not going to sit there and go, get your tickets for the World Series. I need to see them be good in a very long stretch. And I'm not asking for them to be undefeated. I just need to, even in the losses, they can't be, hey, we're up with 2 out in the 9th. And, we got 2 outs and you give away a walk-off home run. It's going to happen throughout the course of the year. But it's happened way too many times for the Tigers. They have given up. They've given away too many losses, and they're losses that were bad losses.
So the rose-colored glasses view is, wow, they were in all these games. They were right there in all these games. If they just played clean baseball, if they didn't lead the league in blown saves, if they had any offense and now they have some, they can actually be a halfway decent ball club. The problem is halfway decent isn't going to dig them out of this hole, and I think that's what makes this so fascinating. Later in the hour, I don't really want to talk about the playoffs. I think that's way too premature after a 3-game win streak. I think what's a more noteworthy target is the deadline. And we have some reporting from one of baseball's most prominent insiders detailing what's going on inside the Brain Trust at Comerica Park. We'll do that at the end of the hour. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a frightening incident took place outside Henry Ford Warren Hospital Wednesday morning. It was right around 1:30 a.m. 3 hospital employees were out on their break when a man suddenly ran up to them, pulled out a gun, and ordered them not to move. Now, according to sources, this suspect was trying to contact his ex-girlfriend, who also works at the hospital, and he began threatening these employees while apparently on the phone with his ex.
Okay.
Now, the workers were able to escape. They called 911. The hospital briefly went into lockdown as security and Warren police responded. Some employees later expressed frustration, though, because this gunman was able to flee the scene before police or security were able to get to him. He was later arrested in Detroit. 31-year-old man already on federal probation for robbery and firearm charges. Was taken into custody, like I said. And they do say they recovered the gun during the arrest. And Henry Ford Hospital says that safety remains a top priority and that, it does not tolerate violence of any kind. But still very, very scary incident for sure. So there's some controversy brewing in Birmingham over a proposed Dollar Tree that could be coming to Woodward. People in Birmingham don't want to see it. Not everyone, right? Some people don't care at all. Sure, why not? A Dollar Tree's great. But other people don't want a Dollar Tree in their neighborhood. So some say that it doesn't belong in like an upscale neighborhood. Others think that it could...
How dare you bring that riffraff into our neighborhood?
Well, they also worry that it could invite more crime into their neighborhood. I'm serious. There's a change.org petition that's been started. It's got over 500 signatures. People don't want to see this. But representatives for the Dollar Tree say, hey, this is not going to be like a rundown store. It's going to be a clean store. We're going to provide jobs for people, and we're going to have products that people need at a good value.
Any word on the reported proposal? You have to have $1 million net worth to enter Birmingham. Is that the next proposal?
This is so elitist. I can't believe this is real.
It is real. And people don't want to see
Putting
it.
Stereotypes on
on stores.
Oh, you would go to a Dollar Tree?
Oh my
not
Lord.
in Birmingham.
This is unbelievable.
Hey,
I know.
do you know who I saw coming out of the Dollar Tree?
Is it 1926? I mean, seriously here.
Sheesh.
A lot of people think there's other things that could go.
It's
going to be
that was the dime store at that time.
At an old CVS location, and people think that there's other things that should go there and not a dollar store.
All right, so ticket text. What else shouldn't be in Birmingham? 248-539.
Or what should go in there? Yes, let's put a Ferrari dealer in there.
This is cool. 3 free weekend in Michigan is almost here. So the Michigan DNR says that 3 free weekend is returning this month for residents and visitors across the state. So 3 free weekend means visitors can fish, ride off-road trails, and visit state parks, boating access sites and other outdoor locations free of charge. It takes place Saturday, June 13th and Sunday, June 14th. So the DNR says they're encouraging newcomers to discover the outdoors and inviting longtime outdoor explorers to dust off their gear and get out there. So during the weekend, you can legally ride 4,000 miles of state designated routes and trails without purchasing an ORV license or trail permit. You can fish for all in-season species without a license, and you'll have free entry into state parks.
Awesome.
Yeah,
it's a great
very
weekend.
Cool.
Yep.
Very,
Get out
very
there.
cool.
Utilize it.
An arrest warrant has been issued for San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk after he posted a video on social media showing him driving more than 100 miles per hour down a street that runs alongside Levi's Stadium. So after the video went viral, he did apologize for it and basically said, any car content he posts won't involve speeding anymore. But it sounds like the Santa Clara Police Department saw the video, sent the case to the district attorney's office, and they have now issued a warrant for his arrest.
Got him.
Based off his own video.
Told on himself.
Finally, one more. There's a new viral food trend that's taking over social media.
Is it good?
That's up for interpretation. Apparently, people are loving it.
Is this the pineapples?
It is. Have you heard of
you should be all over it.
Kool-Aid pineapple?
Kool-Aid pineapple. You just soak pineapple in Kool-Aid?
It's exactly what it is, but apparently it's all the rage. And there's videos of people making it, selling them, and like taste testing it all over TikTok and Instagram. And literally, you take like pineapple spears and you soak them in Kool-Aid. But I think you use the pineapple juice. Yeah. Like you're not taking that, like you're not soaking them in water with Kool-Aid. You're soaking them in pineapple juice mixed with the Kool-Aid mix.
Oh, okay.
So some people are saying be careful because they're like super
sugar?
sugary.
Yeah.
Somebody said it's like basically the same as 25 Krispy Kreme donuts.
It's like
I'd rather have 25 Krispy Kreme donuts, but
they're saying like if you're diabetic,
whatever.
this
You
is
know,
like life. Like
I watched
you
a
should
video.
not.
The thing that gets me is that like the color of
yes,
them.
it looks. They end up looking like pickled
Yeah.
pineapple,
It doesn't.
but it's that bright
Pineapple.
like red.
But then when you bite into it, they're still yellow from the pineapple in the core. It's.
Would you try it?
I've soaked
Oh, sure,
some
I would try it, but
pineapple spears in tequila
yeah,
Yeah,
or vodka.
vodka. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely done
Really
that.
good. Both of them.
but not Kool-Aid.
Not Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, no.
Probably not going to do the
What
Kool-Aid
the kids
thing.
are doing, John.
Oh, well, I'm no longer a kid. At least.
Just at heart.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Let's talk about your roof. It's one of the most important projects that you have to tackle as a homeowner. And you want to make sure you pick a company that you can trust. For over 30 years, that's been Shaner. Shaner Roofing, a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners, a 5-star quality to roof, window, and siding projects. Family-owned company, family-owned business. They treat you like family because they are one. They answer to you and not private equity investors. While that's all the rage and their competitors are being bought out by those investment firms, Shaner's here, they're local, and they're committed to you, the Michigan customers. Great example, no pressure promise. Forget about high-pressure sales pitches. You get a true, honest assessment of what your home needs. Their reputation is unmatched. You can Google them, 4.9 stars. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners. It's a reputation that's earned through decades of doing the job right. And peace of mind, that's important with a project like this. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Ready to get started? Get your quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. MyMichiganRoof.com. What are the Tigers telling other teams about the trade deadline? Well, got the reporting from an insider. We'll get to it at the end of the hour. Heather had it in her news. Birmingham doesn't want a Dollar Tree. Some of your responses. Well, they could put in $1,000 tree.
Could put in $1,000 tree. And I think Birmingham is lined with those money trees, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't understand why it would be that big a deal.
It's just called landscaping there.
Yeah.
Dollar Tree has amazing snacks for great value. You can get Red Bulls at a dollar store cheaper than gas stations or convenience stores. Just more proof that rich people hate poor people. Another says, I can't believe there was even a CVS in Birmingham to replace. From Dave, Wenzel Perez OPS doesn't belong in Birmingham. Says no dollar store, but Birmingham could definitely use a 5,000 and below store.
Yeah, I mean, just something to get in the door.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would object to Five Below.
Oh, I bet.
I'm sure they would.
I like a dollar store more than I like Five Below.
I do too.
Yeah.
Their noses would be so high in the air. Absolutely not.
Well, Five Below is that one where it's like all of the like I think
A lot
I
of
used to
kids'
take my
toys. There's a lot of stuff for kids at Five Below.
Oh, okay. I think I used to take the kids there for like the girls for like
Oh, sure.
makeup or
They've got. I feel like
trinkets.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We'll
Yeah.
go there around Christmas
Earrings.
and let the kids pick stuff out because it's
yeah, it's Five Below.
well, some of it.
Oh, it's not all below?
It's like a dollar store isn't all a dollar.
And it's not even the cheap stuff. It's the $1.25 store now.
Every community I feel like has a dollar store, a Dollar General, a Dollar Tree. You need to go there for gift bags and cards. Great. I used to go there when I was teaching. They've got teaching supplies. Amazing. I'll go there for balloons for the kids.
Is that where they send all the cards that have the misspelled words?
No. But that's so
I
strange.
live you.
Gift bags are expensive. And then what, you get them and you throw them away? Why am I spending $8 on a gift bag? It's perfect. Dollar Tree's perfect for that.
Oh,
it says
stickers, coloring books.
You probably thought I got your stocking there.
That's what I thought. Hilarious. The other thing from your news today,
Yeah.
and I think people will have their own stories, the work horror stories, the guy microwaving fish.
This was at a police station in South Carolina. An officer pulled a gun on another officer because he was microwaving fish, and it made the whole office stink.
So firearms are not something to play around with or joke with, but did he pull the gun as a joke? Like, if you don't pull that fish out, I'm going to shoot you, but he's not actually going to shoot him?
I think he was
Serious?
the article was brief, but he was arrested because of it and ultimately fired from his job. So yeah, I think he was.
That's why you don't mess around with him.
Serious.
But that's why I wanted to clarify who was fired. Was it the guy microwaving fish or the guy that drew the firearm? Because, I mean, scales of justice, you can throw both of them out of the building. We want to know. I mean, this is a total work horror story. You cannot. You love fish. You're not going to bring walleye in here and start microwaving it.
It would be walleye abuse. That's I would be offended for the walleye if that's how you were cooking it.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing, though. There's certain things that are going to bother people more than others. Like, I don't love everyone's cologne or perfume,
Ooh,
but
name
people wear
some
it.
names. Who?
Oh, no, I know one in general. I'm just saying, like, certain smells will bother certain people more than others. Right? Like,
Watching Heather walk around sniffing everyone.
or lotions.
Oh, Doug, is that
I
something
use
new?
lotions in here that you guys might not like, but
Well, I think, but lotions or cologne or perfume is designed to smell good. Might not be your favorite scent.
well, that's what I'm saying.
Fish in a microwave, that's
What was
nobody's
it,
cup of
in
tea.
Anchorman, was
I
it the
mean-
Panther? The
Sex Panther?
yeah, the Sex Panther, yeah.
I'm
you
just
can
saying
use too
certain
much of it.
smells will bother certain people more than others. Is
Yeah,
all
but
I'm saying.
I'm saying there's some universals.
Yeah, that's true.
Fish in the microwave is a no-go.
Yeah.
It's criminal behavior. Right to jail.
Yeah.
What else do you see in your workplace, like microwave fish, that has you metaphorically
Ready to.
throw down?
So for me, it's when somebody goes in my desk and steals my pen.
People are going in your desk.
I lose a 1 pen a week.
I have a whole box. You can have some of mine.
They're
clearly not going to the right desk.
Leave it somewhere between our desks, out where it's visible, so people could take your pens.
So I am a pen stealer, but I've never stole a pen from your desk, and I'm sincere about that. Stoney's desk, however.
Oh, you
I'll
raid
reach you
Stoney's
if I
desk
need
for
a pen
pens?
to make some notes on a 2-grand slam or a segment, but I always put it back.
Because I always have one pen in there. It's the same one I use every day. And as soon as the show is over, I take my muff, my headphones, and I put them in my desk with my pen. And then every morning when I come in, I pull the same things out.
So there's nothing in my desk anymore that I value. That I like the pen. I put the pen in my bag now that I take home.
But
with
your
me.
desk is like tucked away. People are going over there.
Yeah, you actually have a cubicle. Nobody's
yeah.
going to go in a cubicle.
People are going through your stuff.
They have before, and ever since we got reconfigured around here, the office. I used to have a key for the drawer.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the key anymore. It doesn't work for the drawer that I have. So, yeah, no. I mean, I got the biggest foul ever I saw around here. I'm not sure if this can be Trump.
What?
Heather, I think you were here.
Oh no.
Men's bathroom. Walked in there, and the first 2 urinals on your right when you take the little turn.
Yeah.
There was a turd on the floor. Yes.
So I've always kind of wondered.
How
I've
did that
seen that
happen?
at some campgrounds, and you're kind of like, well, somebody just decided that they were going to be a jerk. But how do you not make it to the toilet?
Well, that's
and how does it happen that it's on the ground because it should be in your shorts?
I mean, it was a solid, typical, like just
Stand.
3 to 4 inch turd just sitting there out of nowhere.
Standard. Your standard. I wondered what your standards are.
That's disgusting.
You see, it was just like it was placed there.
That's disgusting.
send a
Oh,
message.
it wasn't plopped. It was. So there was no splatter. There was no squish. It was just like it was placed there.
Yes.
Huh. Did you take a picture?
No. Obviously, I was
No.
terrified. I'm like, this is.
But hold on. We did just get an email
Yes.
last week.
I would like to note that email came when I was not in the studio. So I'm not guilty.
I have it in front of me.
Disgusting. That email disgusts me. And then you're like, who is the culprit?
Well,
Because
it's someone who we work with.
I
That's the
know.
crazy thing. You start looking around going, who is it?
And normally it's just the guy's bathroom, but the girl's bathroom was involved in this as well.
it sure was. And that made me, what?
well, there's even
You're
fewer.
gross.
Oh, trust me, I look at every female in
You're
here going,
gross.
I wonder if they were the one.
Females are gross too. Let me tell you. Women's restrooms are not pretty.
It's funny because I feel like the stereotype is that it's all.
Well, the men's
sweet,
rooms are
clean,
far
and-
worse.
Yeah.
But,
No, but I'm saying the stereotype is, the women's restroom is pristine. It
Right.
smells like flowers
No.
and daisies, and it's. No, you're saying no. Well, I look. I'm not going to read the whole email, but yeah, we did have an email go out last week in our office saying, "I hate to even send this out, but the cleaning guys complained about the messes in the men's room. They sent a picture which I will not include."
Oh. See, I told you somebody was going to take a picture.
Says we're adults. Imagine your kids or wife or husband had the job of cleaning the bathroom. You would not want to have to clean that up from another adult. Well, it's certainly at the top of the list. Let's get to Tim in Flushing. You're on 97.1. Tim, good morning.
Ironic that you'd be from Flushing.
This conversation took a turn for the worse. But anyway, we had a guy that was a president, a big shot of the company. He did the baked fish 2 to 3 times a week.
What?
In the microwave, and it smelled throughout the entire office, and it stunk up the office for the entire day. On the other days where we had meetings where they would bring in dinner, he would be first in line to eat and then wouldn't go to the meeting. And everybody in the building just couldn't stand the guy. They kind of liked him because he ingratiated, but when he would fake fish, I mean, we could have used that cop that one day. I mean, it drives you nuts, because it absolutely does. It just stinks up the entire office for the entire afternoon.
oh,
You need like a
I don't know what you can
fumigation.
do about it.
Yeah. And he did this multiple times a week.
He did this multiple times a week,
Now-
and he did it every week of every year.
Now, you said he was a big shot. Said people were afraid to confront him and go, dude, what the hell's this?
The manager wouldn't take him on,
Wow.
wow.
So, like I said, give me the cop.
Yeah. Leave an anonymous
Like,
note. This
Smash
microwave
the microwave,
is
maybe,
not for
like,
fish.
Yeah.
so that he
No
no
one can
longer,
use it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Out of order.
I don't know that I've ever microwaved fish.
No.
Like I don't think I would ever even enter my mind.
No.
If I have
leftovers,
I'm still gonna warm it up in a hot plate on the stove. I use the cast iron.
Yeah. Or you could even put it in the oven, or you just eat it cold, depending on what it is.
Air fryer.
Air fryer.
If
You
it's
know what?
like-
Somebody asked me that if I ever used air fryer to cook fish. I never have.
I haven't to cook it, but to warm it up.
reheat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did do the reheat, the air fryer for pizza. I took Tom's advice, and it is money.
Text coming in. We want to know about your workplace horror stories. We'll get to what the Tigers may be doing at the deadline, the latest from a baseball insider. They've won 3 in a row. How does it change their philosophy? It's 97.1.
I've been talking to you a long time about Planet Fitness, and they got some great offers going on right now. I'll get to those in just a moment, but everything still holds true. It's a very welcoming place to go. It's always clean. They've got a lot of options for you, and they got rows and rows of cardio equipment. They've got rows and rows of strength equipment, a lot of options. But what they have going on right now is for the Black Card membership, which gives you access to every single location. There's over 60 of them here in Metro Detroit, but it's the fact that it's $1 down, $24.99 a month right now for the Black Card membership, and it gets you access to the Black Card spa as well, where you got a whole bunch of rehab amenities. The other thing going on right now, school's out, kids are home. What do you want to do with them? Hey, go work out at Planet Fitness. 14 to 19 years old right now. You can be there all summer long for free. You only need mom or dad or a guardian to get you signed up. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
3 in a row for the Tigers. Undefeated in June. It's a lot of work that's got to get done.
Oh, yeah.
How does this impact the mindset of management? Well, we've got an update. We'll tell you as soon as we finish a couple of these texts. We'll move into Tiger talk. Microwaving fish, one of the worst workplace smells. On that same list, old man sweat mixed with cologne.
Old man sweat.
Some other workplace horrors. Coworker refusing to change the toner in the printer drives me crazy. Dave and Warren. Burnt popcorn stinks up the joint.
It's bad.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of those smells that it takes a few days for it to dissipate.
Says, I don't think walleye in the microwave would be bad. Walleye's not oily or fishy. I still wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it just because that's not how I'd want to eat it.
It says, I used to work nights in an office building. If I was bored, I'd go through the cubicles to see if anybody had anything interesting or unique.
Stop it.
Kevin in Ann Arbor.
That's awful. Don't go through other people's stuff.
No, come on.
As someone who cleans bathrooms at a school district, the girls' bathrooms are far worse than the boys' bathrooms.
Oh.
Signed Joe.
Uh-huh. Not surprising, I guess. I mean,
women's public restrooms are. I'm not saying here they're fine, but
well, it's because you always got to sit down.
They're gross. People are gross.
If
Clean up after
you're
yourself.
just standing up, it really doesn't matter what it looks like. You can pee in anything.
So there's that.
Yeah.
If you have any deep questions, Dear John, we'll get to that at 9:35 with the Tigers. Buster Olney this morning says the Tigers are telling teams they're not selling as of now.
Huh. Really?
Says the sweep of the Rays will fuel their hope of climbing back into the AL race.
It's 3 games.
Yeah, seriously, how hot would they have to get to not trade Tarek Skubal to feel justified in keeping him? Because I don't think they're going to transform themselves into a World Series contender in the next 6 weeks. So I'm not sure. Look, if this is negotiating tactics, fine. But it's hard to explain keeping Tarek Skubal unless they were to win like 20 games in a row or something.
Well, the trade deadline is far enough away to where I have no issue with this statement right now.
Okay.
It's a long season. They can technically get back into it, but
right. But the default mindset right now is we're selling until proven otherwise, not we're buying until proven otherwise.
Right,
we're holding pat until otherwise.
Even if they hadn't won these 3 games, how much are they talking to teams right now? Are other teams willing to put something together? And if Skubal gets healthy, which we all believe he will be, and could be as early as next Friday, that, hey, we have the parameters in place. We just want to see that car run before we actually buy it.
Right, but if Skubal makes his first start in, what'd you say, a week and a half?
Yeah.
And teams are calling. Like, he looks good. He throws 7 innings. He strikes out 8. Teams are calling. You're going to say, well, look, we're only 10 under 500. It's not like we're going to trade the guy. Yes, you are. What do you mean? It's your job is to take that phone call and say, yes, make us an offer. We're a bad baseball team, right?
Yeah. It's so early. And to me, this is more a negotiating tactic. Like, hey, we're thinking about keeping him. So if you want to approach us, you better bring your A game and maybe throw in a couple more prospects, maybe have everyday bat, and along with everything we had talked about before.
But isn't this the most disastrous outcome? If they were to get back in just enough to keep him, but not enough to contend for a title?
Oh, yeah.
Or even make the playoffs, because, again, there's no gimmies or guarantees for a team that's 13 games under. This would be the worst case scenario, is if they go on like a fake fool's gold run to convince themselves to keep Skubal and lose him for nothing. So I'm not suggesting that I want them to lose a bunch of games, but there is a benefit in a definitive path forward. You know your sellers. Your job becomes cultivating the biggest, best market possible. You try to prey on the desperation of other contenders who might not have next year to compete, and this might be it. You try to prey on that, and you have a definitive direction. If they're going to do it, go ahead and win like 15 to 20. But if they go on these little tepid 3-4 game win streaks, chipping away slowly but surely, but never actually get back in it, that's no man's land.
Yeah.
That's where you delusionize yourself, and if that's a word, into thinking you can keep Skubal when you shouldn't. Because you have to do what's right for the organization. If you're not competing for a title and you're going to lose him, but you could get a king's ransom, you trade him. Even if you go on a 3-game win streak against the Rays or a 4-game win streak against somebody else.
Right, yeah. I mean, they're going to have to be, by the end of June, within striking distance for this not to be a conversation.
Yeah, so I guess we could explore that more in the next hour. Like, what does striking distance mean? What makes this real for the Tigers? And you guys, we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. As of now, they're not selling. That's what they're telling other teams.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Buster Olney says the Tigers have told other teams across the league that as of right now, they are not selling at the trade deadline and that the sweep over Tampa Bay has given them hope that they can still come back in the AL playoff race. The Tigers may have saved their playoff chances at the last possible moment. After losing their series at home to the Angels, Detroit still had a 20% chance to make the playoffs according to Fangraphs. When they got swept by the White Sox to fall 16 games below 500, those chances plummeted to 9.8%. Now, after their sweep over Tampa Bay, Fangraphs says the Tigers' odds of making the playoffs are at 16%. That's only 0.4% less than the White Sox, 0.8% behind the Astros, and 3% less than the Twins. If the Tigers do genuinely think they have a shot to climb back in the race, their margin for error is small. The 6-game homestand is huge for Detroit's chances moving forward. It starts tomorrow with the first of 3 games against the Mariners. The Twins will come to town after that next week. First pitch tomorrow between Tigers and Seattle is at 6:40 here on 97.1. The NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Finals will alternate nights until both series are over. With the Knicks winning Game 1 in the association last night, it's now time for Game 2 between Vegas and Carolina on the ice. The Golden Knights won Game 1 5-4 on Tuesday night with a thrilling rally and late goal. Canes are favored to bounce back and even the series at minus 162 odds in Game 2 tonight. Puck drop from Raleigh is at 8 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
You heard it in the update. We brought it up for you guys to pick through. Buster Olney. Tigers are telling other teams as of now they're not selling. The sweep of the Rays will fuel their hope of climbing back into the AL race. What does striking distance look like to where they can justify keeping Tarik Skubal? Does a thing such as that even exist? Because the thought was when the year began, they were a team that would make the playoffs, but would like to add at the deadline to get over the hump and chase a World Series. But if they aren't going to be able to justify buying, if they don't view themselves as a World Series team, the right thing to do for the organization is to pit these other teams against one another and create a bidding war for Tarik Skubal, knowing other teams are desperate, might not have a season in 2027. The Dodgers have 7 top 100 prospects. They might convince themselves they can re-sign him. The point is, you can work that market. There's a definitive direction. If they end up in no man's land, that's almost worse.
Yeah, I mean, the trade deadline's 2 months away, August 3rd.
Yeah.
So where do they have to be by the 4th of July? 1 month from now. And because that last month is going to be all the conversations are going to be about what are they going to do at the deadline. I mean, we've had those conversations out at Lions training camp.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be a matter of where do they need to be in a month from now? And right now, they're sitting 11 back of the division. So do they need to be within 5?
3?
I mean, so if you tell me.
I don't know. This is the part of when you dig yourself this deep a hole, I'm not quite sure. There's benchmarks. We said Father's Day. You could say 4th of July. You could say All-Star break. The ultimate deadline is the trade deadline. And I don't think, if you don't believe you're a playoff team,
right,
you're trading Skubal.
Yeah, and so the reason I say, do you have to be 5 back of the Guardians, if they're the ones, or if it's the White Sox, which it's hard to imagine the White Sox, but they're second in the division right now.
But if someone calls with a real offer,
you
it's
got
negligent, to not listen to it right now. And specifically, you should be taking those phone calls throughout the process.
Yeah, and if this is just a ploy to, if we're going to call, we better make sure that we have something that they're going to answer the phone, or they'll call us back. Hey, set up a different hotline, leave all your trade proposals here, and if we think it's something we can work with or that it's getting close, we'll call you back. If not, thank you for your phone call.
We had a caller earlier who I thought was real sharp, and he said, take the Dodgers, for example. And he pointed out 2 players in their farm system that could be appealing for Detroit. One of them is this River Ryan, borderline Major League ready arm, right? And the other was a right-handed bat with some pop in the outfield, who's one of their top prospects.
Is Double-A right now.
Yeah. I mean, those are the type of things that you would look and say, look, this may be a lost year, but if we add an arm and a bat who are top 100 prospects with real upside and could be major leaguers inside of a year and a half or you start to see the vision in making the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, and I mean, there was some talk when Blake Snell had surgery for his loose bodies that they might bring up River Ryan. He's coming off of Tommy John, so he's already had his arm event. And, he's probably the most major league ready of some of the prospects that we have talked about.
Yeah, he's a top 100 prospect, 79th right now on MLB pipeline. So, I mean, that would be part of the argument. Is to not get caught up in what could end up being a mini win streak and have it completely alter what is the right move for the organization.
I love the fact that they're on a 3-game streak, right? They swept a series. They finally won a series. But they dug themselves such a hole in May. I can't wrap my mind around the fact or around any scenario where they do well enough, along with the collapse of the Guardians, along with the collapse of the White Sox, where you're not selling at the deadline.
I don't know if you need to really count on a collapse of the Guardians or White Sox. First off, you don't have to win a division. You can get in as a wild card. But second off, the White Sox are only 4 over. And they're only a plus 11 run differential. The Guardians are 9 over. I don't think their ceiling goes much higher than where they're at now.
Do you think a team like the White Sox, though, would add at the trade deadline?
I think they will if they're where they're at right now in the standings. They're 4 above 500. There's not a lot above 500 teams in the AL.
That's the point I would make is there's not, and it's a moving target what you'll ultimately need to get in. Since COVID, 86 is the minimum in the AL. You could say it could be a little lower this year. What Fangraph says 84.
Yeah.
But if teams buy at the deadline, they give themselves a couple win boost. Do you think the Tigers are going to buy at the deadline? I mean, that seems even more far-fetched. So then you start working backwards and you think, well, can we make it if we stand pat? If we're still staring up, is the right thing to do to not take the risk of losing Skubal for nothing and still miss the playoffs? That's why if they're going to get back in it, it has to be ridiculous. They have to. I mean, what do they go 6-22 in May?
Right.
So, I mean, do they have to have a month like that the other way to flip this?
I don't think it has to be like that. I think they can do it in chunks. Like, to me, it'd be 6 under minimally at the end of this month, and you've made up 10 games on 500 in a month. I think that's just a symbolism. But there are people out there, and I'm kind of leaning that way too, and you trade Skubal no matter what. No matter what you do. That they think that the pitching staff, if this team turns it around, Skubal will be part of that. But the pitching staff could be good enough still to contend, and you could buy a future asset and maybe at least a spot hitter.
Okay, so let's entertain this for a second, because this is interesting. So if you traded away Skubal, who you're going to start to make this run without, right? Let's say they go on, they win 9 of 12 without him while he's gone right now. And your rotation is Valdez, Melton, eventually Mize is back. You get Job at some point.
Yeah.
You got Montero. I don't want to leave him out. Flaherty, Verlander in some capacity stable. Like, if you've got enough starting pitching, So is that kind of the
You could
compromise?
sell Scooble and buy in other ways. And
Yeah.
people have speculated that. That seems crazy. You could be a buyer and a seller. There have been examples of that happening in baseball before, and also I've seen it happen in basketball a little bit where people have kind of did a double shifting of gears or whatever at the same time.
So this is interesting. I hadn't really thought about it. Like, doesn't this present kind of a middle ground where
So-
you don't put all your chips in the table, but,
So I
but,
think
but you
there's
don't have to
only-
wave the white flag at the same time?
There's only one world where I wouldn't consider doing this, and it was if they went on a torrid tear here, which I'm talking like 30-10. If this was like the beginning of a 30-10 stretch where you have all of a sudden become king of the Central, or you're right there, and every sign is that the team's playing well, you don't trade away your best player.
Right.
At that point, you would go for it. You have a reasonable case to potentially make the World Series.
Yeah. You're saying if you got all the way back in and grabbed first place in the division prior to like the All-Star break or the trade deadline.
Yeah, as you get into late July, they return.
Yeah. Some text coming in. We'll get the phone calls as well. Adam in Ann Arbor. Adam, good morning.
Hey, gentlemen, how we doing?
Good.
So I'm looking down, and I'm hearing what y'all are saying, and, the trade deadline, early August. Well, about 10 days after the trade deadline or so, we've got 2 straight series against Cleveland and the White Sox. And, so I think that's probably right now with the narrative, that's probably the most pivotal stretch after the trade deadline in the season. And, so if we don't add at the trade deadline, we kind of sit tight or add to the margins, kind of what Scott Harris has been doing. And we hit that stretch and they clean us out again. Like, something's got to happen with this team. Something has got to change, and because, like, for fans, like, this is not going to be a good end of the season with the way things are going so far. Like, we just can't sit, on our laurels and think that things are going to improve, and then hit that stretch and just have the rug pulled out from underneath us.
Yeah, I think that's a fair fear that.
Yeah, I think I'm more waiting to see what this team does against the Twins in a few days, as well as the Guardians. Now, the Guardians games are going to be in Cleveland, and if you're going to, first of all, you've got to win those series just to be competitive in the wild card race.
Yes.
But if you want to get back into the division, those games against the Guardians are vital. That's where this whole thing really took a turn for the worse, was you got swept. It was a 4-game series, too, against the Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I circle the next time they play the White Sox, which wraps up on Father's Day. Because the White Sox just swept the Tigers, too.
Yeah.
And they're in between Cleveland and Detroit, right? I mean, they're a team you'd have to pick off, a team you'd have to catch along the way. Okay, nothing can justify keeping Scooble. Nothing must trade him ASAP. I hope the Tigers keep winning. It gives Harris a strong negotiating leverage that they are willing to keep him unless the offer is overwhelming. Jason in Commerce. Sure, that's what we talk about. Is this a ploy?
Yeah.
Is this posturing to try to keep a good face and work the market? They were never trading Scooble to begin with. The only people that would be willing to trade this season might be Glaber, Vierling, JV, and Jansen, Travis, and Warren.
What market am I going to?
The only player the Tigers have to sell that will bring back value is Scooble. They need to trade him. Every day they wait, his value goes down. Waiting until the deadline is malpractice. Sign B. If the Tigers get to 500 at the deadline, they could be sellers and buyers. They could sell Scooble for a right-handed bat, bullpen help, and or prospects, go on a buying spree to fill in the gaps, and still make a run at the playoffs. You never know, Chris in a truck.
I mean, yes, you technically could do both.
It would satisfy the fear of losing him for nothing while still putting you in a conversation to make the playoffs and keep the organization going in the right direction.
That would be really complicated.
It would be a masterclass for Scott Harris. For a guy who's bungled a couple deadlines, it would be
just something we haven't seen him do.
Surprising, but also necessary. Right? I mean, that's how you keep your organization afloat through tough times, and it's how you position yourself for better days ahead.
Right. If you're looking at long term and this year as, hey, if we make a run after the trade deadline, we'll get as far as we can, but we added, Framber Valdez for a reason. Mm-hmm. And it really hasn't come through this year the way that we expected him to. but could have a bounce back year next year if he's your ace. If you keep going down this road,
Job, Melton, couple young arms.
yeah,
to
you're
solidify.
pointing more towards next year. And then if you get a guy like a River Ryan,
Yes.
you throw him in the mix next year, and another year for the Bats, and we'll probably hear the same thing from Scott Harris. Hey, the names might be the same, but we expect them to be better. I think next year is the year that you could, if there's baseball, make a run.
Big if there. 248-539-9797. More Tigers feedback. Dear John at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying or federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you got to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Text pouring in, feedback on the Tigers. Buster Olney saying they are telling teams we're not selling, at least not yet. 3-game win streak against the Rays. They want to see if they can get back in this, which, hey, why not? But I just want to paint the picture accurately for people. They will play 50 more baseball games until the trade deadline.
So if they're going to get back to within...
Let's just say 500. A 500 team on the trade deadline. They got to win 31 or 32 of the next 50 games to do it?
They're 13 under.
Okay.
They play an even amount of games. So if it's 32, you're one over. If it's 31, you're one under.
They got to go 32 and 18 to be above 500 at the trade deadline.
Okay, is it possible? Sure, anything is possible.
Please. I mean, I'll leave room for them to do it, but I just want to make sure we all understand what it is they'd have to do.
Right, and you're taking the team that we saw through 60 games and pairing that against the team that we've seen for 3.
Right.
All right, I trust a little bit more what we saw for 60 games than the 3 that we just saw. I want the team, and that's why I'm frustrated with this team, because we thought we were getting the team that we just saw for the past 3 games. It makes May even worse.
Right.
So baseball is such a game in no reasons. For me, John, that the 3 games are maybe more than we might think versus the 60 is they've got their lineup going now for the most part. Javi's not going to be back. I don't know if he was necessarily needed to be part of it anyways, but after yesterday's game, the top 5 hitters with those stats from yesterday's game are all plus 750 OPS. That's above average in baseball. So more than half your lineup is above average. That's a baseball reason to me why they will start to win more games. I just don't know if they can do it at the clip that's necessary. The starting pitching with Melton emerging and Skubal could be back as soon as the 12th against the Guardians. That's her. But the Achilles heel for me still is the bullpen, why I just don't think they can do this. They can't improve back there unless they get somebody from the outside or move a starter back there.
There's no doubt that Torres and Carp will make this offense better. The offense has been my biggest issue with this team, so of course it'll help them. But when John said, is it 3 games or is it 60 games? How about we just look at what their record was when Gleyber Torres was last playing baseball? On May 2nd, they beat the Texas Rangers, and they were 17-17. So let's say with Gleyber Torres healthy, it's a 500 ball club. In the next 50 games, if they go 25-25, you're selling.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Yeah. I mean, you're still 13 under 500 at that point.
That's all I'm saying. So, like, when people go, well, now they're healthy. When they were healthy, they were a 500 team. 500's not digging them out of this.
You can also, since Torres has been a part of this organization, when he's healthy, they win. When he's not, they lose.
Yeah.
It's kind of...
Yeah, because that's the storyline at the end of last year. He was not healthy.
Carp not being Carp at the beginning of the year kind of fueled them being 500 instead of maybe a few games above.
Right. The issue is the hole that they dug. And they could be that team that we all thought they were going to be from here until the trade deadline. The problem is they have to be better than the team that they thought they were going to be. They have to be the team that we've seen and they don't have to go 3-0 every time. But they dug themselves such a deep hole in the month of May. I'm not sure that they can dig out of it.
The only reason it's even a chance is because the AL is horrible. And really, after your first wild card, I don't know if there's a team there that you can trust right now.
Right.
So why not the Tigers?
Don't let the Tigers get hot. Stan, quickly, we can make some time for you. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Very quickly, I'd like to say the biggest loss we had due to injury was Javi Baez. You know my feelings about him. And personally, even though I know that AJ usually has a better second half, I'm for trading all expiring contracts to get talent and reload for next year because, they tried, they spent money, it didn't work out. What do you think?
No, I think it's
the most logical thing that they should do. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I am logical, but I love baseball, and that makes me illogical because it's just insane.
It is specifically this team has been schizophrenic over the last two seasons, so it'll make anybody crazy.
Well, and we've done that ourselves. Of hey, when at the end of 24 and the start of 25, we're like, hey, over the last 100 games, they're on a 100-game win pace, and then the end of 25 happened. The start of 26 happened, and we're like, hey, they're the worst team in baseball through those 100 games.
Yeah.
That's what happens with a streaky team.
Get to Dear John, but first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, 2 young suspects have confessed to vandalizing the bathroom facilities at the St. Clair Little League field after investigators got some help from the community. So officers with the St. Clair Police Department responded to a call about property damage at the park. This was last Sunday is when they got the call. Well, investigators reviewed security camera footage from the complex and identified 2 persons of interest. And the video showed these 2 people wearing masks, walking through the park grounds. They posted the video on social media, and lo and behold, community members were quick to come forward with the tips about who these suspects could be. Well, when they were interviewed, they quickly confessed. There's no word on how old they were. They were younger, or their identity, but the St. Clair Little League board is currently gathering repair estimates because this was not like they spray painted. They broke the toilet. Like big
right.
damages, right? To determine how much this was going to cost to fix. And they say once finalized, the board will decide whether to pursue formal criminal charges or if they'll seek financial restitution from the families of these 2 youths.
2 Utes.
2 Utes, yes. With the penny on its way out, and there's now a Michigan lawmaker that wants to make sure shoppers aren't getting shortchanged. So after the U.S. Treasury was ordered to stop producing pennies in 2025, retailers across the country are apparently feeling the squeeze as supplies run low. And in Michigan, retailers have been left to figure out the penny shortage on their own. Some are rounding up, some are rounding down, others are just kind of unsure about how to handle transactions that end in a cent or 2. So now State Senator Jeff Irwin is drafting this bill that would clear up all of the confusion and would favor customers. So the bill would require businesses to round cash prices down to the nearest nickel after sales tax is applied. So let's say you have a total of $1.04, that would round it to $1. If you had a total of $1.06, it would be $1.05. And the rounding rule would only apply to cash transactions. So it's people paying, obviously, with cash.
Yeah.
The bill was introduced on Wednesday. It's now has to go through a review process.
Is Birmingham getting rid of the dollar?
Very well, yes.
$100 bills
the
only.
C notes.
Yep.
As well as their dollar store. Yeah. Apparently, there are some residents in Birmingham who are very upset about the prospect of a Dollar Tree coming to the community. There is a proposed Dollar Tree coming to an old CVS site, and people have already created a petition. There's about 500 plus signatures on this change.org petition. They don't want to see the dollar store in their community.
Yeah, I know. Imagine if they do go just with the, hey, you can only use $100 bills here. I've got all these 50s. What am I supposed to do?
A frightening incident took place right outside Henry Ford Warren Hospital on Wednesday morning. So there were employees there. This was at 1:30 a.m. Employees on the overnight shift were taking their break when they were suddenly approached by this man who ran up to them, pulled out a gun, and ordered them not to move. Now, it sounds like this man was trying to get his ex-girlfriend who worked at the hospital to come outside. And he was actually on the phone with her, I believe. At the time, he was threatening these workers. Well, these employees were able to get away, call 911. Security at the hospital was called as well and warned police, but this man was able to get away. He fled in a vehicle, arrested the next day, identified as a 31-year-old man who was already on federal probation for robbery and some firearms charges as well. Unsure
so not
what.
A stand-up guy.
No, not at all.
Doesn't sound like it.
Not at all. Let's see. Oh, there was a shocking wildlife attack. John? No. In California, not with you in Canada, that left an 83-year-old woman with some serious injuries. This woman was out on her evening walk, good for her, right, when she was ambushed by a gang of wild turkeys.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the turkeys attacked her from behind, knocked her down. She crashed to the ground.
They snuck up on her?
Yeah, went head first, broke her glasses, cut her hand. She was bleeding from her nose. She was able to escape the attacking birds. Her husband got there, drove her to the emergency room. She had to have a CT scan, stitches. She had 6 stitches in her hand, and now she's left shaken and bruised. And she wants action from city officials before somebody else gets hurt. Apparently, there's been a lot of not maybe attacks, but just a lot of aggressive turkeys. And apparently there's not a lot that can be done. The city currently cannot remove the wild turkeys, and they say it's spring mating season and they're more aggressive.
So they were trying to mate with her.
Well, they're just more aggressive than normal.
Yeah. I mean, I did hear that she changed her drink of choice. She no longer wants wild turkey.
Gives her PTSD. She's staying far, far away from that.
Heather with the news. Dear John next, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our great sporting events is at Stadium Swim, and maybe you need to make some reservations for the fall. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill at one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street, someplace everyone should witness. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. For power, there's really not much of a comparison, but let's do it anyway. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got two options with the Hurricane engine, a 420 horsepower or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust from the competition any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Good luck with that. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
97.1 get you to Carson Anderson here in 10 minutes. NBA Finals started last night. Knicks, surprising, right? Take game one. They've won 12 games in a row now in the NBA playoffs.
You mean Wemby lost?
Yes. Lost 3 times in the last round, too.
Huh. How's Ohtani doing?
Pitching pretty well.
He's pitching pretty well, yeah. Well, ERA is .074. I think there was, 9 or 10 starts in there?
Yeah, you made sure to point that out.
Yeah. Well, I'm just, keeping track of our franchises. And even when gone, I'm still making money hand over fist.
That guy's playing for a title, and I think the Spurs are still going to win the NBA
guy already
Finals.
has 2.
Oh, good. He's much older.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe Wemby will be one of those guys that just can't finish.
Yeah, he was pretty bad in game one. And by his own admission, he didn't run from it.
None of us really believe that he'll be playing that way in the games to come.
He said,
however many there are.
He said, quote, "I was bad tonight. It's not more complicated than that." He also said, "I think we let that one go." They had the lead at the half. It was a 1-point game with 2 minutes to go, and the Knicks ended on an 11-0 run. Brunson, I can hear Stoney in my ears, one of the most clutch players in the NBA, 13 of his 30 in the fourth. I'm just going to cling to the hope that this is...
And I don't think there weren't many of those that were... he tried to sell the fouls.
Yeah, he didn't really shoot free throws.
No.
He tried, you're right.
And he was working the officials. I saw, he fell down after every shot and was looking at the official like, did you not see me fall down? But they weren't buying in, which, hey, tip of the cap to the officials.
How into this finals are you? Because you're referencing specific plays. You're pretty jacked up to watch this?
I am. Well, I'm more interested because of our little friendly back and forth with Ohtani and Wemby. But I am curious only because we know what the Pistons did to the Knicks all season long. Yes, the postseason is different, but I still play that what-if game in my head. So it doesn't matter. It's just something that I do.
I think what's interesting about this is you do have the Knicks back, which is a storyline. Madison Square Garden's a great stage for the NBA Finals. And you have the intrigue of, are the Spurs about to break down the door and become the next dynasty in sports? And you get those storylines. You get to see Wemby kind of break basketball. But will the Knicks have the counterpunch? So the stat everybody's referencing from last night, Wembanyama with Karl Anthony Towns as the primary defender.
Yeah, was he 2 of 12?
2 of 12.
Yeah.
Now, I happen to think Wemby's going to still get his looks. And even though Cat is a big player, Wemby is still going to be able to shoot over him and shoot around him. And I don't think he's going to shut him down for the series. But it also goes on the other end of the floor because Karl Anthony Towns can shoot a little bit. Does it pull Wemby out of the paint? But he's such a freak. He takes 2 strides and he's pinning the ball against the backboard.
But because Wemby is he plays both ends of the floor, so does Big Cat. Wemby looked a little tired. And there were times in the second half where Karl Anthony Towns was just blowing by him.
There were, and I think we've said that about him in different, when they lose, it's Wemby's tired. He ends up getting the last laugh. And I think a note is they were winning the non-Wemby minutes for a large chunk of that game. If that's true, they're winning this series.
I mean, the betting, they still have to be the betting favorite.
I think it might be close to even now.
What's interesting about it to me is if New York is able to win it, how? Because now all of a sudden you're trying to figure out, not only do you want to win the East, and yes, okay, you need to have an appearance in the NBA Finals, but if you're building your team, you're going to face Victor Wembanyama at some point in future years in the NBA Finals. How do you build your team to beat the San Antonio Spurs with Wemby? Right. I think that's going to be that's part of my intrigue of, okay, what is it that New York is doing to mitigate the impact of Victor Wembanyama?
Yeah, the Spurs did win the non-Wembanyama minutes.
So they lost when he was on the floor.
Excuse me. Never mind. They were a -3 with him on the floor, which means they also would have been a -7 without him on the floor.
All right. Yeah, I was just wondering there because that would not bode well for your argument.
No, but what I would make the case is if certainly in the first half, they were winning without him doing much of anything, 2 of 8 shooting. And if that is the product for the 7-game series, I'd like their chances because I don't think he's going to get dominated on the floor very often.
No, I don't think so either. So but it is interesting to see. And again, if New York does, and they haven't had a lead in the NBA Finals since June 17 of 1994. You remember what happened on that day?
Yeah, it's a famous day.
Yeah. OJ was on the run. So it just gives you a little context of how long it's been for the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, you want more context. The last time the Knicks won an NBA championship, Phil Jackson played on the team.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
That's absolutely crazy.
So they have an opportunity here. You win the first game, people are going to start talking about the possibility. It would also be the first time in a while since a little guy was the best player on a title team. Like a smaller guard, Brunson is kind of breaking the mold if they pull this off.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm thinking of the small, like Allen Iverson won a finals game by himself in 2001. He scored like 48 points. They lost the next 4.
Yeah.
It is an outlier what the Knicks are trying to pull off here when your best player is a smaller guard.
Right. But the thing is he can create his own shot.
Yep.
Wemby's not going to be guarding him.
No.
And they're going to have him be that player that he was yesterday every single game that they play, every single moment that they're on the court. He's going to have to be the one that scores and does it all. And set up other players for shots that they can get off without Wemby blocking them.
Right.
So
NHL tonight as well.
Oh, they're still playing?
They are still playing, John. Vegas up 1-0, playing in Carolina tonight.
You think Vegas wins it?
I want Vegas to win it. I think Carolina's the better team, but Vegas has this resilience, man. They got down 2-0, crowds on top of them, and they come back and win.
So since inception, it'll be 3 finals appearances, and it would be 2 wins?
2 cup wins if they pull this off.
And they've done all of that in the last decade.
Yes, the last decade where the Wings haven't been in the playoffs. Yeah,
I'll walk you right into that.
Do you know the Wings won more regular season games than the Golden Knights did? Doesn't matter.
Well, we're going to go down that road.
No, it doesn't matter. And I don't know, man. They might just have what it takes.
Yeah, I mean
they're on fire since they made the coaching change. Now 24-1 since Tortorella took over.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, well, bizarre that they made the change at the time. It was unpopular. It's like, what are you doing? Well,
here they are.
Here they are.
Somebody new.
3 wins away from a cup.
Gator, how you doing?
I'm well, John. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
You feel rested? Did you have a nice time
I had
off?
a great time. It was a great trip. Yeah, I was fishing up in Northwest Ontario, and it was nice to be away. The nicest part was to just be completely unplugged. So coming back, obviously, I missed the White Sox series, but then I did get a chance to hear the last 2 games of the last series. So hey,
there you go.
Tampa,
so it's like nothing ever happened.
Yeah,
all you know is winning.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah.
That's all John knows is winning.
That's all he knows.
Yes, yeah, and home runs.
Yeah, that's all John knows is home runs. That's
Month
what
of
this
June.
team does.
Yeah. Month of June, they just decided, you know what, this is going to be home run month.
Yeah, 10 home runs, 25 runs scored. That's what we do.
Yeah.
It's Tiger baseball.
How are
Great.
you?
I'm all right. Good to see you back.
Yeah.
Not thrilled with the results of last night's basketball game. I shouldn't care.
Right.
I'm not sure I really do. I feel like I want to care.
Is it just that you don't want the Knicks to win, or you
really
want
don't
the Spurs to
No,
win?
I just don't want the Knicks to win. I don't really. I don't even like San Antonio. So this is just interesting. But yeah, Tigers is that is getting interesting. But obviously 3 games is not a season.
No, but you guys have a lot to talk about. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
I don't think we'll ever get used to the turnover.
The quick turnover?
Yeah.
No, it's not good. I mean, nobody cares about our work problems.
Our trials and tribulations.
But
getting ready to start on time.
I don't know if people know we went to a network and we're statewide. And because of that, the breaks are the last break is a hard break at the same time every hour. 15 seconds before 10 o'clock, the morning show wraps it up. And we have like a minute and a half to. It makes it worse when Jansen doesn't log out of the computer. So now I'm trying to log back in. It's not going well. But anyway.
I understand.
Yeah. So we used to break, 3 minutes before the top of the hour, and Gator and I had a good 5 minutes to get settled in. But nobody cares about our problems. But, they're work challenges. These are our work challenges.
Nice.
Yes. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything exciting last night?
No, not really. I mean, we're watching basketball, and I said to the guys, I don't want the Knicks to win, but I also realize I don't think I want San Antonio to win.
I really don't either.
I mean,
it is
I don't have the real dislike for San Antonio like I do for the Knicks. But at the same time, I do not like San Antonio. I don't like how they got here. How they lucked into another Hall of Famer.
I hate how they got
I don't even like Wemby as a player. Like obviously he's great, and defensively it's like, good God, how do you score anything in the paint with that guy on the floor? But I don't like his style of play. I just don't. He's this giant spider out there, and I don't know. And he's athletically gifted, but he's a beanpole out there, and he does some foul baiting too that I just don't like or appreciate. So I don't like this series at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have nearly as big an issue with him as I do Jalen Brunson. And I think Wemby's fascinating to watch. Here's something underrated about the Spurs in terms of disdain for them, is we do focus on them winning the Wemby lottery, as we should. And we've talked about the Spurs have been in the lottery 10 times. Out of those 10 times, they have never moved down. They have moved up 6 times. 6 times. And 3 times they've moved all the way up to number 1. And all 3 times there was a generational player available. And those were David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Victor Wembanyama. And on the surface, that is like an incredible amount of lottery luck. I mean, an amazing amount of lottery luck. I mean, the Red Wings, we documented this a while ago. The Red Wings have had, obviously not in the NBA. Although I wouldn't count out the Spurs of winning the NHL lottery with their lottery luck. Yeah.
Give them time.
But the Red Wings have dropped down more than any team in any lottery ever. Like we documented, did the math, and they were like the worst faller of anybody when it comes to lotteries.
Well, then the Spurs also benefited back in the day when they took David Robinson, because David Robinson had some military service he had to do. So the Spurs still sucked.
And so they
got Sean Elliott?
Sean Elliott a couple drafts later. Anyway, here's something that's very underrated. Is the year the Pistons 2 years ago when they went 14-68 and were authentically the worst team in the NBA. Unlike some tankers around them, they just authentically sucked, right?
Right.
The Pistons had the best chance to win the lottery, and the lottery was for the top 4 spots.
Because they had like the worst record by, was it like 10 wins or something, or 6 wins?
No, Washington was one.
They were just 15.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
My bad.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with the Red Wings that one year when they were like 20 points worse than
and they were
everybody
terrible, yeah. So the Pistons had the best chance to win the lottery, but they also had the best chance to finish 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. And instead, they plummeted out of the top 4 and finished 5th. That year, San Antonio moved up a spot. They had the 5th worst record. They were one of the lottery winners. They won the 4th ping pong ball, or combination of ping pong balls. They moved up 1 spot. That 1 spot was the difference between Stephon Castle and Ron Holland. Now, I don't know if the Pistons would have taken Stephon Castle with the 4th pick, but that is an underrated, another stab in the back by the Spurs in the NBA lottery system, is the Pistons that year missed out on a player that, I hope Ron Holland pans out. I'll just say that. But I mean, would they have taken Stephon Castle? Kang, do you think the Pistons would have taken Stephon Castle if they got the 4th pick that year?
It's hard to say. That was Trajan Langdon's first draft. I didn't know what his, we like Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
I could at least figure okay, what I think he's thinking.
No, there's none of that. Kang would tell you what Brad Holmes would have done.
He tells you what he's thinking.
But Trajan Langdon, I had nothing to work off of. I could go to his past, but he wasn't the guy ultimately making the decision. I would say there was a very good chance they would have took Castle, though, because it seems like, they passed on. I think, was that the Dalton Connect draft as well, Doug? I think I was big on him at that time. Thank goodness they didn't take him, but he might have helped depending on the situation he was getting drafted to.
I don't know. I don't have the whole draft. I just have the lottery picks.
Castle was a good player in college, really good player. So, yeah, you could draw that conclusion.
Yeah, it was the Dalton Connect draft.
He went
to the Lakers at 17. Yeah, so as we sit here and we document all the Spurs' luck, and let's be clear here. Had the Pistons won the Wemby lottery, they would have had 2 lottery wins in a 3-year span or whatever it was, and the Pistons would have been despised for the same reason. I'm not mad that the Pistons didn't win another lottery. That's not, although it would have been cool, but then we would have been that team. However, and I guess there's something to be said for being that team, would have been awesome to have Wemby and Cade Cunningham. The year that they dropped from 1 to 5 and San Antonio moved up a spot, and the difference was Stephon Castle or Ron Holland, that's also painful. Like, that's another one of those, an underrated lottery win for the Spurs. So anyway. Damn it, Gator, I wasn't in a bad mood, and you started me off down this road, and now I'm in a bad mood.
I came across a cool video last night. Does that make you feel better?
No, but let's hear it. Let's hear the story.
I was, doom scrolling and somehow came across a video of the guitar solo from Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd is this really famous guitar solo, and it's amazing. David Gilmour did it.
Can I stop you?
No.
Kang, did you know it was going to be a guitar video?
I had an idea, Doug.
Yeah.
Come on.
It usually is.
I had an idea.
And the fact that he thinks this is somehow going to impact my day is hysterical. But go ahead.
So one of the guitar players for Iron Maiden, Adrian Smith, was in a studio years ago, and he decided that he was going to take his shot at the Comfortably Numb solo, and it was recorded. It's like 3 minutes long, and it was awesome to see somebody else from a different genre of music take on somebody's epic, iconic moment. That was it. I made it quick.
I stand corrected. I feel much better now.
There you go.
Anyway.
Saw some kitty videos where kitties and dogs get together and they're just, initially they're standoffish and then they end up snuggling together.
To get along.
That puts you in a good mood.
Inspirational for you?
Well, it puts me in a good mood.
Yeah. Well, there was the Tigers yesterday afternoon.
And then there's that.
Yes. And they've now won 3 in a row. And I'm going to give what I think is the appropriate response. One word. Maybe it's not even a word. I think their appropriate response is...
How many syllables?
1.
Oh.
I think it's...
Are we sure?
Huh.
That is 1 syllable.
Yeah. And that's my response to winning 3 in a row. Huh.
Mine is also monosyllabic.
Okay.
A little more enthusiastic than that. It's nice.
Okay.
Nice. Look, this is the top team in the East, and they just swept them at their own home by hitting 10 home runs and scoring 25 runs in the 3 games. Troy Melton went through a stretch in yesterday's game where he pitched 4 shutout innings on 24 pitches. Think about that. Recording 3 outs an inning on 6 pitches total. That's crazy.
He was unbelievable. We will get to all of that and the game and what's next for the Detroit Tigers. Yeah, Buster Olney, everybody's talking about the Buster Olney quote. Well, we've got the sound. We'll play it for you coming up amongst some other things. I got no shot, Kang. Sorry. I apologize. Just tell me what it is so I can bring up the live read.
I'm always excited. I'm excited about what Buster Olney's going to say because it's baseball. I got a little excited yesterday when you started talking minor league guys because we don't normally see you dig, deep into that ground.
I can't get on my email.
You having problems?
Yeah. Sorry. It's a quick changeover. I got burned again. We'll play the Buster Olney sound. Today is National Cheese Day.
What? I forgot to look today to see what National Day was.
Because this is so big and so important, we'll be asking important cheese questions every hour.
I love it.
Throughout the show.
I love it.
Yeah. Let me just say, Twin Peaks, I'll get to your read. I apologize. I can't get it into my file. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right. I got computer issues sorted out. It's one of those days. What's that?
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Kang, I'm sorry. Are we doing this now or later? Later. Twin Peaks, I'll take care of you later. My bad. All right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. We got this Tiger team that impressively swept Tampa that made me go, huh. Now, I think that's appropriate. I think that's an early acknowledgement that something perhaps down the road would be worthy of reconsideration. Huh. An early acknowledgement that perhaps down the road something might be worthy of reconsideration. That's what I think of when I go, huh, you went nice.
That's correct.
Yep. And what is the justification? You don't have to justify anything.
Oh, it's 3 games in a row. It's not just, one game I would have just been, and it kind of was. Well, it entertained me for the day. Great. I got to see the game. 2 in a row. I'm like, okay, that's, all right. I got it. That's kind of cool. 3 in a row, the sweep, it is. It's nice. Does this tell us that this team is hell-bent on making a run? No. But what it tells me is that when this team is assembled as it's supposed to be, or close to as it's supposed to be, at least with a lineup, that they can do some damage. Can they do it consistently is the question. They're getting pitching back real soon. In 3 weeks, we could add 3 more starting pitchers to the rotation, which is encouraging.
A rotation that's hung on to be a top 10 in many of the major statistical measurements of starting pitching. The Tigers have maintained a top 10 position throughout all of the injuries.
I mean, guys are bringing back, like, okay, Casey Mize was injured and then came back and he pitched great, and now he's injured again. Hopefully he's going to come back and pitch great again. You know, Tarek Skubal is a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. Justin Verlander at the end of last season went on a ridiculous run, pitched out of his mind, and hopefully they're getting something like that back. They got, Troy Melton back. All Melton has done been amazing since he's pitched with the Tigers. I mean, they're getting great pitching back. And, good pitching usually beats good hitting. The problem with baseball is that your starters only go like 6 innings these days. Unless you're Troy Melton and you go out there and you're a man, you sack up and you go 8 innings, which was great. But it's just, there's something more to get excited about or encouraged about. Look, I don't expect the team to be hitting 10 home runs every 3 games like this, right?
Well, you set the bar where you think it's appropriate.
But it's nice to see. I want to be entertained. And look, winning is entertaining. Scoring runs is entertaining. Having somebody with a tremendous performance individually, that's entertaining. That's what they've been for 3 games. Even the first game when it was, this wild roller coaster ride, they ended up finishing that ride ahead of the other team, 10-9. And it was fun to watch the ball go over the fence. And then they backed it up with an 8-0 shutout with more balls going over the fence. And then yesterday, it was 3 straight games where they just completely ambushed the pitching staff of the Tampa Bay Rays from moment one. It's fun baseball.
So I guess this is because of what we do and because of yesterday's Gator screw up. We're looking for your monosyllabic reaction to winning 3 in a row. Only using words with 1 syllable. You think we're capable of doing this collectively as a show?
I think so. I think we learned a lesson yesterday.
Okay, because we got some coming in here right now, and they're all monosyllabic. Scott writes in, oh. Okay. Petre on Twitch says,
Here we go.
What do you got for a monosyllabic response to the Tigers winning 3 in a row? I'm going to kind of edit one here, but Kitech says sell. He said more than that, but the sell part is, and I would say right now, given the options, because we have 2 distinct runways here, and we're going to go down both of them. It's what's going on the field with this team this season. If they continue to win, we'll continue to talk about them and perhaps say nice things and talk about what they're capable of doing. And then there's the other road that we will go down when we play 4 Buster Olney cuts talking about the Tigers and the trade deadline later in the show, because I feel like that's what we should do, because I'm not even sure what the audience wants to hear more. Do they want to hear more about the 3 wins in a row, or do they want to hear more about the possibility of what they could get back if they went ahead and everything must go sale? But yes, you mentioned the story of the game yesterday was Troy Melton. And it's crazy because Buddy hadn't even pitched till 2 weeks ago, and now he steps back on the mound and is, what else do we call him other than dominant? We had that static that only has gotten better from the, what in his starts, he got shelled his first time out. I think it was against Pittsburgh. And since then, he's had, 5 starts, and he's been great in all of them. Now, yesterday might have been his, that might be his best start of the year, the best start of his career, probably is. At one point, Dickerson said he'd had 18 of 20 batters he'd thrown first pitch strikes.
He didn't start off
He fell behind everybody. And he said in the post game afterwards, he was talking about, I had to get back in the strike zone early in counts. I got to get ahead of hitters, and when I start getting ahead of hitters, and he was fantastic. And then the offense, look, I'll just say this about the offense: it's way too early to say that the guys returning have solved a lot of problems. Way, way, way too early. But when people got sick of hearing about the injuries, and we got sick of talking about the injuries, and since guys have started to repopulate the lineup, they're undefeated. Now, we're not doing victory laps over here.
No.
And you shouldn't get fired up just yet. But it's why I woke up this morning and thought, Gator thought, nice. What is your monosyllabic response to this 3-game winning streak? Chris in Farmington. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
My monosyllabic response is just simply, I don't think this moves the needle in terms of where I would project the team to be come the trade deadline or even the All-Star break. But I think, if they go on a 10-game run, then you can start having a conversation about, what they're capable of. Now they're getting guys back, but they got to really put together a long string of wins here. And for I think anybody in reason to be able to move that needle,
Chris, the realistic way to get this done isn't like in May they were so bad. They were 6-22, and we kind of joked yesterday about going 22-6 in June. That's not a reasonable expectation. Here's how you do it by winning 4 or 5 in a row. Then you play 500 ball for 10 games. Then you scrap out another 3 wins in a row. Then you play 500 ball for 8 games. Then you win 5 more in a row. Then you play 500 ball for 2 weeks. And the next thing you know, this is how you chip away. And so trying to keep it realistic. No, I don't think they're going to go 22-6.
Yeah,
can they get the streak up to 4-5?
Yeah, it's like I don't know if they can get the streak. I mean, you always hope that they can get the streak and keep it going. But you have to kind of go based off of what they've given you. What have you done for me lately? And based off of May, I just don't expect them to put together a long string of wins. Maybe, hopefully, once they get guys back. But it's background noise for me for the rest of the season until they can really start competing for a real playoff position.
Yeah, but you got your ear tuned into it, and if they somehow go 20-10 in the next 30 games, and guess what? They're kind of back in it.
All right, here's some monosyllabic responses to the 3-game winning streak.
It's tough to go 20-10.
From Settle Down Beavis, neat.
Neat is good.
Yep. From Runaway Greg, man. From Cyclonic Vortex, meh. From Bear Slays, ugh. From Ardman, sure. And, of course, somebody sent in Kesha.
Thank you. That's good. I was just about to say these people are doing much better with the syllables than I.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Corey's in Grand Rapids and next. Hi, Corey.
Fellas, how you doing this morning?
We're good.
Hi, Corey.
So my one word, I have a best friend. We've been friends for almost 40 years, and we text each other during the games. And whenever the Tigers hit a home run, I text them, boom. And so that's my one syllable word. But I have one thing that I want to talk to you guys about real quick. And there's a common theme here, and this is right here. When do the Tigers start losing? It's when Baez went out, Verlander went out, our boy Skubal went out, Carpenter went out, Torres went out. There's a common theme there. It's this right here. Those are all the veterans on our team. In a clubhouse, we talk about it all the time with the Lions, the Red Wings, and so on and so forth. Your clubhouse, you need that veteran leadership. And it's kind of funny that as soon as the veterans started coming back in, of course, you got the young arm talent, who's awesome. But other than that, when the veterans start coming back, you start winning. You need someone in the clubhouse to say, hey, pick your chin up. Hey, you're missing a swing by doing this. Hey, take a better angle at the ball, and so on and so on. You know what I mean? Like that. I'm hoping that's the key we're missing. I'm hopeful, but boom, that's my word.
All right, gotcha.
I look at word boom. I'm not sure if it's entirely factually true what he said about the they don't have the veteran leadership and all those guys are out. I think some of that is
it could be true.
I don't know if those guys are actively critiquing other players about what they're doing or not doing. But there is no question that there was all that excitement before this season began. Like they just signed Justin Verlander, right? Bringing him back was a great story, and hopefully it works out.
We knew it was a great story.
They don't just do it for the great story. They did it because he was really great the second half of the season last year, and we got this rotation we really, really like. And then, boom! After one start, it's kind of done, And then when Skubal gets hurt after Carpenter and Torres and Baez went out, that's a lot. But this team, because they've made the playoffs each of the last 2 years, and because they've won playoff series each of the last 2 years, I kind of feel like this team has plenty of veterans on it because what they've gone through. They may not be old, but they've been through a lot already as Tigers. I mean, these guys do have experience, so we'll see where they go from here. I think not having Gleyber Torres is probably the biggest loss this team had.
There was that it actually really started to bottom out then. If you look at that was a line of delineation that when it was crossed, things really got bad. So two things. One is we're taking your monosyllabic reactions to a 3-game winning streak. Only one syllable only. Don't ask why. Two is we'll have our first important cheese question.
Oh, man.
Coming up today at 10:36. It's National Cheese Day. This is so big. Once an hour, we'll have important cheese questions. So sit tight for that. Hey, the summer heat has really kicked off, and we're all thirsty, and it's Thursday.
Is this a long-awaited live read?
It really is. You know what was great is people started texting in. Doug, just say this about Twin Peaks. Say that about Twin Peaks. I'm looking down, and there's all these posts. I could have just read the text.
Well, you know what to say about it.
Well, they always have daily specials. That's what made it.
There you go.
Let's talk about the best place to go to quench that thirst. Twin Peaks. Those have been. They know what I'm talking about. Those that haven't, what are you waiting for? Let's talk about their draft beer for a second. Chilled lines pour their drafts at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They pour into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. That combination creates beer crystals. You will literally see ice floating in that mug. And they keep enough mugs on hand where each mug only gets used once a day. They are the experts. But beer isn't their only thing. You'll be shocked at their selection of special bourbons, tequilas, and high-end draft cocktails. Daily bucket and shot specials, along with happy hour, makes it the best spot to wet your whistle. And what better time to check out tonight's game 2 of the hockey finals than Twin Peaks? You should be able to take advantage of their late night happy hour for the third period of the game. It starts back up at 10 p.m. and goes all the way to close. And the best part, it's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. They just flat out do sports better. Twin Peaks, each drinks, scenic views. Alex in the car says, based on Gator's definition of monosyllabic, my reaction to the 3-game win streak is all right. Will in Livonia says, my one-syllable response to the Tigers winning 3 games is psh. Doesn't sound that impressed.
Is that what it is? Pish.
Carl says, bam. John in Wixon says, nope. Brandon in the car says, mine is damn or Kesha. JC in Allen Park says, whoo. Or maybe it's we. I don't know. WHHHEEEEEW. How would you say that?
Woo.
Okay. I like this one. From Garth in Scotland. My monosyllabic response is K. Like, okay.
Except there's no O. That would make
he just went K. He just went K. So look, I think most of Detroit is handling this appropriately, don't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not flying off the handle. It's 3 games. It's a nice stretch, and it's been fun to watch. If you don't think it's been fun to watch in 3 games, and I guess you don't like baseball, or you're really, really upset by the start that this team had, and I can understand being upset with the start that this team had. Brutal.
Yeah. Okay. Today is National Cheese Day. Usually we will come up with a topic, but it feels like National Cheese Day is so important that we are going to do important cheese questions throughout the show. I don't know how many Kang you've put together back there, but we're just going to stop the show.
He's got an assortment.
He's got an assortment.
Cheese question.
Yeah. So are we ready for our first?
Got a charcuterie board full of cheese questions.
National Cheese Day question.
Yeah, well, we're still working on the music, so we'll just have to do this one dry.
That's fine.
But it doesn't matter because we're talking cheese, right?
Right. Yeah. Dry aged.
So it's super easy one to start off with here, Gator, Doug. Mm-hmm. Best cheese on a sandwich.
Okay. I'm ready to go.
I know you like sandwiches, Gator.
I do. This is so tough. I mean, obviously,
do you want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead. You go
Swiss.
first.
Love Swiss cheese.
Of course.
Love Swiss cheese.
Of course.
And Swiss
What's
is
wrong with
great.
Swiss cheese?
There's nothing wrong with it, but it's a Doug answer. It's
a Doug answer.
Right?
You know why? Because it's not really a full slice of cheese because it's got holes in it.
Yeah.
So,
less calories.
Less
for Doug,
calories.
right?
Yeah. That's why Doug likes this.
That's not at all why I like the cheese.
Because it goes best with turkey, too,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
It does go really well with turkey.
The
That is
and
true.
Swiss,
Yeah.
100%. There you go.
Hundo P, Gator. Hundo P.
Stop it. Just stop it.
Doug, do you like the baby Swiss or regular Swiss?
They're both great, but if I had to make a choice, I'd probably go baby Swiss.
I've changed over the years. At one point, it was provolone for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then provolone now I'm kind of sour on provolone. It's got a different flavor to it. Maybe I've just gotten different kinds of provolone. It's just not as good. Swiss is great. It's a great call. I'm going to agree with Doug because my favorite sandwich does have Swiss. It's turkey and Swiss.
Venn diagram doesn't cross very often with us.
Turkey, Swiss, coleslaw, Russian dressing on a Kaiser roll is my favorite sandwich of all time.
What about you, Kang?
I'm just going to go Colby Jack because I feel like it can go with almost any sandwich for me. You know what I mean? I need versatility. With Swiss, I like Swiss. I do. But I think to me, Swiss is almost always a turkey sandwich, And I want more versatility. I want multiple positions, like Brad Holmes here. Got to be able to play along the line also.
Swiss cheese with a hot dog? That's pretty
Really?
great. You get it kind of like half melted into the hot dog.
That does not sound good.
It's so good.
Does not sound good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Doug, how much do you like Swiss? Would you eat it on a hot dog?
No.
I guess you don't like
But
Swiss that much.
it's an intriguing thing to me. I've never.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of that, Kang?
No, that kind of ruins one of my other questions, though, but I might as well ask it now.
Okay.
What would you put cheese on that no one else does? And yours is Swiss cheese on a hot dog, I would say.
Absolutely. I would put Swiss cheese. I have put Swiss cheese on a hot dog. Did it last week.
So I'm going to be bad at this when it comes to this question. I mean, because everything I say, somebody's done. So,
right. But
I mean, it's corn. It's putting cotija cheese on corn as part of a Mexican street corn.
But I don't think most people think of got an ear of corn. They're not thinking, where's the cheese?
No, they probably aren't. And I put cotija cheese on corn and actually use, butter and mayo because that's how the best Mexican corn is.
But that's how you make it, though.
Yeah, it
is.
is. Yeah, so I'd say putting cheese on corn.
I mean, Yeah, I guess in that way. But if you told me you like put cheddar on a corn on the cob,
Okay.
that would be like no one else does that.
Yeah, that's not what I do. What about, I mean, on salad? I put cheese in salad.
What kind of cheese? Does it matter?
Is it shredded always?
It's usually shredded, but I have taken Swiss cheese and ripped it up into tiny little like squares and thrown it into a salad.
Yeah, I had that. Literally had that last night. I had a
Isn't that-
Maurice salad.
Maurice, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, well, there you go.
And
I mean,
I love a Maurice.
I don't have a very adventurous answer to this one. But
No.
Gang, is there something you throw cheese on that just seems a little out of nowhere?
Yo, this is way over the top. People are going to get triggered. When I was a kid, I used to put American cheese with a banana.
Oh boy.
That's answering the
Next
question.
up, your
That's
mono,
an answer.
your
That's
mono-
an answer right there.
Next up, your monosyllabic reactions to that.
Yeah, that's up there with Swiss on a hot dog for me. I feel like that's something you just don't hear people doing ever.
Because nobody does.
Well, we answered the question, Doug. Not
That's
you.
true. No,
I
fair
gotta tell
enough.
you. I gotta tell you.
Fair enough.
If Kang's answer doesn't solicit a response of Kesha, I don't know what does.
KE $ ha.
Yeah. Bobby, you look like you're a guy who enjoys cheese.
What's that mean?
We always. Who doesn't love cheese?
Yeah, of course. I do love cheese.
Yeah. Can you answer this question? Is there something you throw cheese on that's a little out of the ordinary?
Probably nowhere even close to throwing American cheese on a banana.
That's
That
kinda-
absolutely threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
But
Kesha.
I put an entire block of Parmesan and cream cheese in my mashed potatoes.
Now that is
An entire block.
block?
I don't think I grade the entire block of Parmesan into the mashed potatoes and the entire brick of cream cheese.
By the way,
It's delicious.
Gator, you were spot on with Bobby likes cheese.
Yeah, I love cheese. Wow! I was so excited when you said this was happening today.
Hey, let me just say this. Kang's response was a little out there, right?
Yes.
What the hell was that?
What do you mean?
I mean, no, that's something I want to try, but like I
entire
love cheese,
brick?
dude. But an entire brick of cream cheese and an entire little wedge
the
of
wedge.
Parmesan cheese, freshly shredded, into mashed potatoes.
I hope you're drooling right now because it's great.
I want to try it, but I really want to see you make it because I think that would be an amazing video to see somebody making that.
That's a lot of cheese,
That's
my
a lot
man.
of cheese.
It's mixed in with a lot of potato.
Right. Okay. Well, how many potatoes are making that?
I don't know. I usually do this for Thanksgiving, so it's usually a big dish.
So it's for a family.
Yeah.
Thing. Okay.
Okay, so
It's not me solo. That would be insane.
that would be
Yeah,
too
that would
much.
be insane.
Yeah. All right,
Bobby
well-
stepped up.
Yes, he did.
Bobby stepped up. Crushed it.
Okay, so
Like Dylan Dingler against the Rays. Boom!
we'll have important cheese questions once an hour throughout the show. And somehow, have we added cheese? We're going to have cheese music or a cheese sounder or something?
Or
All right,
some music.
All right. Because it is National Cheese Day. More Tiger Talk straight ahead, including your monosyllabic responses to a 3-game series sweep at Tampa. How do you put it into perspective only using monosyllabic words or sounds? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. All right, I always knew these people on Twitch were crazy. From East Side Era, I make a feta cheese and watermelon sandwich.
Okay. I've heard of feta and watermelon being paired together, but to make it into a sandwich is interesting. That's a choice.
Detroit Maid says, no one gives credit to the cheese and fruit combination, especially watermelon and savory cheese. Well, I mean, people put cheese on apple pie.
Yeah. Not this guy, but people do, which is strange because I love cheese. I like apple pie, but I don't ever see myself putting cheese on the apple pie.
I'm going to work my way through this because there's a lot of, pretentious words here.
Here we go.
Rice writes, I know it sounds snobbish, but I do love me some brie or camembert.
Oh, yeah.
Brie or camembert, baguette sando, preferably with a pate or prosciutto.
Oh, pate and prosciutto, yes. Is it straight from Parma? If it's not really prosciutto.
Anyway, National Cheese Day.
Do you like brie?
I have at times when, this isn't bad. But I never will buy it. I never buy it. When it's offered to me, I'll have it. And I'll be like, this isn't bad.
Okay, you a brie guy?
Yeah, I like brie.
I like brie.
Cheese is, I almost like all of it, like real cheese. I'm not talking like head cheese. That's not cheese. Like dairy type, cheese. It almost makes everything better.
You got no love for Velveeta?
No, I got love for the fake cheese too. Nacho cheese, pump cheese, all that.
Oh, yeah.
But Gator, you know how we say, when you said Swiss with a hot dog, or I say American cheese with a banana or apple pie.
Yeah.
It does sound weird, all three of those things. But somehow cheese enhances everything. Yeah. It's weird, right? Am
There's
I
a
wrong?
saltiness in cheese that brings out flavors and other things.
Cheese can do it.
Inherently, yeah.
Cheese can bring us together.
Cheese can bring us together.
It really does feel like we need something right now that can bring us together.
You know what? Cheese can bring us together.
Yeah.
If we just solved our choices are unplug the United States and plug it back in, or rally around cheese.
You know what you don't notice a lot of cheese in? Which cuisine? Middle Eastern. Not a whole lot of cheese in Middle Eastern cuisine.
Don't start something up.
I'm just saying,
what
maybe.
What are you doing, man?
Bring some cheese to the table?
Bring some people together. There's a common understanding now.
Let's go to Creighton in Ipsy. You're on 97.1. Hi, Creighton.
Gentlemen, good morning. How's it going?
All right,
good.
Creighton.
All right. So you guys talked two of my favorite things. First, sports. Now you're talking food. So you got me.
Here we go.
Okay. So let me just say, I'm a pretty heavy guy. So I like my food. I regardless of what any doctor says, I'm going to eat what I want to eat. So in order for me to lose a little bit of weight, the doctor told me one rule of thumb when it comes to your diet is if it's white, it's not right. So I said, okay, I like rice. So what do? I put cheese in my rice. Therefore, it's no longer white. I can have it.
I mean, I think the idea was to switch over to brown rice, but that works for you. What kind of cheese are you throwing with rice?
That's fantastic.
Sharp cheddar cheese.
Just shredded in there?
You shred it in there. Or you can buy it already pre-shredded. Works out just fine. It's nice, creamy, warm, comforting. It's the absolute best.
Yeah, I mean,
brown rice, no. Brown rice is very dry, and it's just, the brown rice is for amateurs. The pros, we're doing white jasmine rice and put sharp cheddar cheese in it, let it melt, and then when you get that mushy sound, when you put that fork in there, delicious, guys.
Is that
so
a little
remember,
bit,
folks out there?
Is that a little bit of a derivation
white,
of like
it ain't right.
of like grits? Because you put cheese in grits. Is it kind of similar?
Yeah, we do that too. My grandmother, she's from the South. She made a big thing with us growing up with having cheese in the grits. But we said, hey, let's kind of get a little bit of a variation with it. Let's put it in the rice.
Let's go.
The grits are white, so let's make them yellow too, just like the rice that we do. So
I ain't mad at you, Craig.
They're both delicious.
So have you told your doctor? Let's circle back. Have you told your doctor that you're abiding by his rules and what your workaround is?
Oh, I told my doctor to go to hell. I'm not. Some things you're just not going to give up. I'm willing to cut back on the beer. I've already cut back on my cigar smoking, but some things I just can't cut back on. I'm sorry. I mean, listen.
You do.
Yeah, I guess you'll do. Hopefully, Hopefully, everything works out there.
Yeah,
But
no health issues.
Look, cheese and rice there's nothing. I mean, you think about getting a burrito. You typically have cheese and rice together in a burrito, along with proteins and some other vegetables. But yeah.
Anyway, National Cheese Day. More cheese questions coming up throughout the show. In the meantime, people are they continue to send in their monosyllabic responses to the Tigers' 3-game winning streak. From Jared. For my monosyllabic word, I'm the voice of the Fonz. Ayy. Okay.
That was quite an impression.
It was so not Fonz, I feel like.
It was like Fonzie disapproving. Hey! Hey!
Gator, show him the real Fonz.
You do it.
Hey!
Should I have you read these? It might be better.
No, it's so
right,
much better when you're reading it.
Only the Fonz ones have Gator.
Bill in Madison Heights had the same thing as Garth. K. Mark in Livonia. Yawn.
Oh.
From TT and Jack. Oh.
That's appropriate.
Yep. From Dave. Cool.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
From Tom and
Is
Brighton.
there an exclamation point after the cool, or is it
There's
just
not.
Okay, then
But-
that's I think that's
Cool.
appropriate. Cool.
You're not too excited.
No.
It's cool. From Tom and Brighton. Yup. So there you go. 248-539-9797. Monosyllabic responses to the Tigers' 3-game winning streak. In the meantime, I don't know if you caught this. Did you see who homered last night?
Max Clark
Yes, he did. That's 2 in 2 days.
apparently crushed it.
Yep.
2 and 2.
Yeah. You know what my response to that is? Huh.
Cool. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So we've been monitoring what's going on down there.
Yeah, look, lots of guys are hitting the ball in Toledo, and the guy who was hitting the hell out of the ball got his call up to the Tigers, engaged Workman, and it didn't work out for him.
Yep.
Hao Yuli got sent back down and immediately had like 3 hits or something. In the game.
Didn't Hao Yuli's last game was Monday, right? And he homered.
Yeah, actually, I there's something about Hao Yuli I like. I don't know if
Here's
he's
what
going to
it
be a
is.
regular
No,
major league
I'll
player.
tell you
but
exactly what it is. The body type. He's a middle infielder with a catcher's body.
He is.
He's totally a middle infielder with a catcher's body. And I don't know how good of a middle infielder he's going to be over time. Like he made the unbelievable one-handed. It wasn't unbelievable. He made the slick glove flip to start the double play in Monday's game, and then he bobbled an easy double play ball.
Got a comp body type, and I just want to make sure that this is appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, that looks about right.
Of a previous player?
Yes. Not for the Tigers. I mean, a comp for Hao Yuli, but does not play for the Tigers. I wanted to see if let me check out Hao Yuli's. Yeah. The comp to me for his body type only, people. Let's relax here. I'm saying body type only. Jose Ramirez.
Maybe a little bit.
They're both like 5'9", 190. Both a little pudge on them. They could, if you told me they were a catcher, I wouldn't be shocked by it.
I'd like to see them standing next to one another. And yes, I'm glad you had all the qualifications beforehand.
Yes,
Disclaimers,
yeah,
body
please.
type only.
Yeah, Jose Ramirez is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's an intriguing,
But there's something
intriguing
about
player.
the body type that I root for. Okay, I'm going to root for this guy. A little diminutive in stature, but he's stocky. He's got some power, some pop, some sock in the bat.
Mm-hmm. All for Michael Lorenzen?
Sounds right.
Yeah, wasn't he who they got back in the Lorenzen trade?
I think so.
It's actually in a short list of trades that might be good for Scott Harris.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know if Hao Yuli is destined to be a regular everyday player.
I use the word might.
Might.
Yeah.
Might in capital
It's
M.
doing a lot of work there, the word might. All right, I saw something that I'm like, oh, it's a ripoff. We'll get to that at 11:02 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers are telling other teams across MLB that they are not selling at the trade deadline as of right now. Their sweep over the Rays has given them life and hope that they can get back in the playoff race in the American League. That's all according to ESPN baseball insider Buster Olney via his Twitter account this morning. The Tigers are currently 6 games back of a wild card spot and 11 out of first place in the Central. Tomorrow they will welcome the Seattle Mariners for the first of 3 games. Seattle has won 8 of their last 9 despite missing star catcher Cal Raleigh for the last 19 games with an injury. Randy Arozarena has been their best player this year with a 2.3 WAR on the season. Luke Raley is their best hitter as his 13 homers are tied with Julio Rodriguez for the team lead, while his .870 OPS is best on the squad. Framber Valdez will start tomorrow's game for the Tigers against Brian Wu for Seattle. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Stanley Cup Finals returns to Raleigh, North Carolina tonight as the Vegas Golden Knights currently hold a 1-0 lead over the Carolina Hurricanes in the series. Vegas ripped off 3 unanswered goals after trailing early in Game 1 to come back and take the lead. They then won the game with a goal from Thomas Hertl with less than 4 minutes to go in the third period, handing Carolina just their second loss of the postseason. The Canes are expected to come back and even the series tonight as they have -134 odds on the money line according to FanDuel. Tonight's game from the Lenovo Center starts at 8 p.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What do you got going on this weekend? I know it's not Friday yet, but you got any big plans?
No, not yet. Not yet.
No.
I'd like to play golf, but I haven't started reaching out to my peeps yet.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll find somebody. So I'm heading to Chicago.
I'm going to Chicago.
Yeah, see our
boy?
oldest. Yep, see boy. And we were thinking of going to a Cubs game, but found out, Gator, that the U.S. men's national team is playing Germany at Soldier Field Saturday in what I believe is their final tune-up before the World Cup. So I'm going to assume that they're going to take that game somewhat seriously. And I hate the term friendly because it makes it sound like, no, we're just going to go out there and run around a little bit. I want it to be a real game.
It's friendly.
Yeah. But so I started looking for tickets for this thing. Okay. And it's way more expensive than going to a Cubs game. I'm like, okay, everything here about World Cup tickets is that they were overpriced and that the prices are starting to drop. But this isn't the actual World Cup. This is just USA and Germany playing at Soldier Field, and I'm looking totally on the secondary market, and they're significantly more expensive than just Cubs tickets. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep monitoring, and waiting for the price point to come down. Right? Makes sense? Do you agree?
No, that makes sense.
Okay. I found these tickets, Gator. I'm going to show you. On sale today.
The way in the left.
Yeah, but do you see what it says the tickets are?
It says party deck.
Party deck. And I'm like,
what does party deck mean? Does that mean?
Well, what does party deck imply to you?
Party deck implies to me that it's an open area designated for people that have bought tickets for that area, and that it's just got a giant bar there, and then seating along the rail to watch it, and then a bunch of seating areas. Maybe there might be a buffet of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
I think back to when we were at the Joe, when we used to go to games at the Joe for the Red Wings, and there'd be the Miller Lite party deck and a party suite. It was that same type of thing. You go up and maybe you get either you pay per drink or drinks come free with the
party deck ticket.
The party deck ticket, something like that.
So I decided I need to investigate. I want to know, because the listing didn't really say what party deck what that meant.
Mm-hmm.
Kang, what do you think when you see the term you're buying tickets and it's party deck?
It's for people that don't really care about what's going on the field. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think it's just a lot of boozing, a lot of, laughing, hanging out, back towards, turn towards the action.
Yeah. So I'm investigating because I think, all right, if these tickets are for a party deck, and food and drinks are included, I'm getting them for the price they were listed. So I started researching, and maybe somebody who's been to Soldier Field a bunch can tell me a little bit more. Here's the best I can tell. It's a fancy designation for standing room only.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm looking at this, and the best I could tell through some Google searches and a Reddit post, it sounds like Party Deck is just standing room only. And I'm like, oh, I'm not doing that. Especially when they are only $5 cheaper than a seat, than a seat you can get. What's the point of spending that? Like the Party Deck designation, I think oversells what you're getting. I could be wrong. Maybe somebody who's familiar with Soldier Field and the Party Deck setup can confirm that, but it feels like a bit of a scam to me. Or
it's good marketing, Doug.
Yeah, well, it's definitely marketing if that's all it is.
You said what's the location? Do you have the exact location?
Yeah,
of Soldier Field?
it's in an end zone and it's clearly up high.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not
Well,
good.
I mean, a lot of the Miller Lite Party Deck at the Joe Louis Arena was the highest. It was in the end zone and it was up high, and it was a great place to watch a game from. Now, there's a difference between a hockey arena and a football stadium.
Well, yeah,
for sure.
that's what I'm saying.
But there's like no seats. It's like you got to get there, you got to claim your spot, and then you can't move, or somebody's going to take your spot.
Sounds like a nightmare.
It doesn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe if anybody's more familiar with Soldier Field, can tell me that the Party Deck is anything other than
You
standing
want to
room
go to
only.
a friendly?
Yeah, because here's why. I'm not going to get to any World Cup games. And the Cubs are going to play again. And I'll be back in Chicago again. I don't know how many chances I get to see Team USA. That'd be good for the show, right?
No.
All the soccer calls we're going to take over the next few weeks.
all the talk we're gonna have. Oh, you do you. What you want to spend? I notice I said spend. I didn't say waste.
Yep. You did say spend waste.
You want to spend that kind of money to go watch a friendly game that means nothing, literally means nothing, in horrible seat situations because there literally are no seats, in a horrible standing situation.
Yeah.
Where you don't even know if it's like direct access to beverages right there, or do you have to go on the concourse like common folk anyway? At least those people get to go back to a seat.
Mm-hmm.
You would not? Are you sure your son wants to do that?
So that's been the discussion, is which would we rather do? And he's like, all right, what's the difference in price? Because, he's off scholarship now. So it's, he's concerned with the price difference too. And so we've come up with, we'll just wait for them to drop. But we're not falling for this Party Deck designation.
Look, not everything on the show has to be about me, okay? But I just thought of a dilemma. Like, you could have asked this question to me, it would have been a real dilemma.
Which is?
Fork your nose in the dark alley, you have to go to one. Like the guy who chose not to go to the game in Tampa with free tickets, we're like, you got to go. These free tickets.
The
right?
guy, a Tiger fan down in Tampa on Monday, who'd been to Tiger games at Tampa before, had a friend who offered him free tickets. And he said, I just don't want to go to watch this team play. And it was the 10-9 wild roller coaster game, which would have been probably a fun game to be at, but he turned it down.
So if you had posed this question to me, you have to choose one. That I have to go to a game at Wrigley Field and watch the Cubs play. Or I have to go and sit in this party deck that's stand in this party deck and watch a friendly, which isn't even real soccer. I mean, it is soccer.
Yeah,
it's the same, but it's not a real World Cup game. It's just a friendly. Where would I choose on that?
God, what would you choose?
One syllable word.
Well, the only one I could think of is Cubs is a one-syllable word.
That literally might be the only one-syllable word.
What would you choose?
I would choose the Cubs.
Really?
Yeah.
You would go to Wrigley Field. You hate Wrigley
Wow,
Field.
you're a Cubby now, huh?
I would choose the baseball game because I love baseball over that. And apparently I went to Wrigley Field when I was a kid. I don't remember it.
Oh, really?
We lived just outside of Chicago in Arlington Heights. which may or may not be the new home of the Chicago Bears. But moved here to Michigan before I was 5. I think I was 4 years old when we moved here. So, yeah, I haven't been back. Would I go? I'd reluctantly. But it's a free ticket.
You would go to the.
I'd go.
You go to the Cubs game.
Yeah, I'd choose the Cubs 10 out of 10 times over standing room at a friendly. But that's me. Hey, you spend your money how you like, Doug.
That's right. Duke in Ann Arbor, you are 97.1. Hi, Duke.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
Hey, Mr. Cars. Hope my boy Brandon is doing good. I haven't talked to him in a little bit.
Yeah, he's doing great. Thank you for asking.
But yeah, I just wanted to call and just like comment on the whole. Actually, I had a question. What is the price difference between the friendly and the actual, like a World Cup game that you were planning on going to?
What is the difference? The price right now is to get in. The cheapest is, I think, for the number of tickets we're looking for, is just over $200. If you're looking for 1 or 2, it's like $180.
Okay, and that's for the friendly.
Yes.
If we're an actual World Cup game, what would it be?
Yeah, are you? Yeah. Am I understand you're going to a World Cup game?
Yeah. I'm going to the Senegal-France game on the 16th at MetLife. So originally the tickets that I got, I kept my eye on them for a little bit. They were at $1,200 at first, and then they dropped. They dropped like 5 days later. They dropped to like $900, and then I got them. So I was like, I'm gonna just go ahead and get them.
I bet you they're a lot cheaper now, but they're still probably expensive.
I looked the other day, and I regret not waiting a couple more days.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it's still worth it to me. To me, I would have paid $1,000 to go, but it just depends on the person and how much you want to go, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm intrigued just because it's something different, and I'm not going to get a chance to see the U.S. men's national team very often, and with plenty of chances to see the Cubs. But yeah, I mean, I was just looking. Two tickets is, I think, for $186 is the cheapest to get in right now for this friendly in Chicago. But if you're looking for like close to the field, you're spending $700-800. Dan Campbell is speaking to the media right now.
Oh.
And has some injury updates. That's got everybody talking. We will get to that today at 11:17 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Coming up today at 11:30, everybody's been talking about what Buster Olney said about the Tigers. We got the actual sound. We'll play it for you today at 11:30, and he gives kind of an outline of teams that he really doesn't think will be in the Scooble market and teams that will be in the Scooble market. Kind of sets a tone for what he thinks the Tigers might get. Hear what one of baseball's foremost authorities, Gator, has to say about Tarik Skubal coming up today at 11:30. In the meantime, Dan Campbell speaking right now, head coach of the Detroit Lions. Let's start with the injury updates. Colton Pouncey and a bunch of beat writers are down there. I'm going to read this from Colton Pouncey's Twitter feed. Dan Campbell on his expectations for Kirby Joseph knee this season. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Oh, boy.
Then he adds, Colton Pouncey tweets, says they've done everything they can and that they won't know until they get into the thick of training camp. That's a weird response, and I believe him because I'm going to guess here that it just hasn't responded the way that they've hoped it would respond, but they're not ruling him out.
I think it's what it is remember those reports came out months ago that this was an injury. The first reports were there was an injury that he's going to have to live with.
Yeah.
And it's one of these things, it's a pain tolerance thing unless it becomes a debilitating thing where he literally just can't get out there. But if it's a pain tolerance thing, you can only take so much. It's going to have to be monitored throughout the year. Does that mean you practice, you're limited in practice all week, but you're good enough to play in the game? How many snaps you're able to give your team? It's so bad. This is awful because Kirby Joseph is a really good young player.
Really a playmaker.
Really exciting
secondary,
player.
Was all pro.
And you hope he can go full go here, but if he can't, this is why going into the draft, I was looking at safety. And you and I both thought this is a deep draft with safeties. You can go deep into rounds and still find somebody. And the Lions chose not to. They chose not to go that route in the draft. Now in free agency,
they did. Yeah, they went out and they got Chuck Clark, who's an interesting player. Yeah. They got Christian Izien, who could play there.
Yeah, he's nickelback. I guess
but they
play anywhere.
They can play him at safety. So I mean, we'll see how it shakes out.
Well, the problem is it's not just Kirby Joseph because you're also dealing with Brian Branch and not knowing when he's going to come back.
But you get to a point with a player that in your own mind you go, I'm just not counting on him anymore. And this is like, I kind of feel like I'm getting there with Kirby Joseph. Like if he comes back,
it'd be awesome.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
But I'm almost to the point where they need to start looking for a full-time replacement. Now that's probably not going to happen before this season. They're probably going to have to try and make it through this season with some of these veterans that are back there that they hope. Thomas Harper did some good things for them in the past, and so we'll see. But can you get away in the NFL without having elite safeties, which is what they had? They had an elite pair of young safeties, and they were both struck down by injuries, and it sucks.
I mean, I think you can. I mean, it's obviously you'd love to have great players at every position, but honestly, if I had to choose in the secondary, it would be the safeties because they're kind of like safety nets. It's right in their name. Just like, don't let the big play happen over the top, right?
Yep.
The best ones make plays, they intercept the ball, change, game-changing momentums, plays, type like that. The ones that can get up to the line of scrimmage, like Brian Branch, stop the run. Those are like the elite Pro Bowl type safeties. Now, if you don't have those, then you just need guys to just help erase mistakes that don't let big plays turn into touchdowns. Like 15, 20-yard plays, that's where you have to be there. You have to make the tackle. This sucks because I think that's such a raw and honest answer by Dan Campbell is, I don't know. I honestly don't know. He hasn't played since week 6 of last year. Remember, it was a week-to-week thing, and then it became then they shut him down, and then it's like, and he hasn't done any football activities since then. Real football activity.
This update doesn't sound particularly promising.
No, but like I said, I mean, maybe you can get away with it. It's not ideal, but they definitely need some NFL-type players back there. You can't just fill in with anybody.
Other injury news, and this ain't great either. Dan Campbell said the rookie wide receiver Kendrick Law, the little wide receiver out of Kentucky, tore his ACL in practice on Tuesday.
Oh, no. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't know what he was going to be on this team other than vying for third receiver reps. But,
Well, could have been a special teams guy returning kicks.
and they went out and got Greg Dortch for that. But you know what this does?
Well, it's just
You know what this just means? We reintroduced Tom Kennedy.
Well, right.
Okay, I mean, Tom Kennedy just is always there.
Look, I don't know what Law would have done for the Lions this year, but I just feel bad for the person.
Sure.
I mean, you get drafted, you're all excited, you're going through your first experiences as a professional player, you've got your contract done, you're going to OTAs, you're not in pads, and you tear your ACL and you're not in pads.
Mhm.
There's no contact, and I feel terrible for him.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Here's another one from Colton Pouncey, and I love this. This is kind of spicy, Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's reaction to the Rams trading for Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Good for them. They've won it now, right? So
Well, there goes the season.
Yeah.
Basically, is what he's saying. Oh,
Yeah.
we thought we had a chance.
Yeah. I guess we'll show up anyway, but like the tenor that Dan Campbell has taken this offseason has been real minimal, from the schedule release to canceling these rookie mini camps, saying they're just basically a waste of time. They just create a bunch of hype and they don't do any good. He's really, I mean, you talk about shutting down hype. He is shutting down hype. I feel like he's bunkering in right now, Dan Campbell.
Yeah, when he says something like that, being sarcastic like that, it tells me that they're listening to it all and they're amassing a dossier of doubt for this team that they're going to unleash on the team at some point. Say, look, this is what here. Just so you guys know, here's what people are saying, and just to, as you know, that I love to cultivate that chip on the shoulder, bulletin board material, whatever it is. That's it's going right there. But it's not exactly a great news day for the Lions when you hear that.
It really
As
isn't.
a rookie wide receiver they drafted in the 5th round with their second pick in the 5th round, that he's out with an ACL. That sucks for him. That we don't have good news on Kirby Joseph. We don't have any news on Kirby Joseph, but it feels like if there's no news, it's bad news, because it's just further going that we don't know. You're operating in a realm of complete,
let's face it,
unknown.
With almost every injury, you kind of know something.
Right.
And to be coming out and saying, we don't know, is that, I mean, I don't know how to interpret that any other way than that sucks. It doesn't sound like it's trending in a great direction.
No, it
but
doesn't.
the door isn't slammed.
No, and I go back and look at the draft and think I really wanted them to take a safety at some point. Thought for sure they would, and they didn't. And you look in that 4th and 5th round area, and there were some decent players taken there. We'll see how they progress as professionals, but guys like Kamari Ramsey, Zakee Wheatley, Lorenzo Styles Jr., those are 3 guys in the in the Big Ten that we saw play. There are some others. Jelon Kilgore from South Carolina was a name that we had brought up before. Well,
we talked about dude from Arizona. His name escapes me a lot leading up to the draft.
Dalton Johnson?
No, there was it went high in the draft.
Genesis Smith?
No, the guy who went early.
Oh, sorry, Traden Stukes.
Yes, there you go. I was completely blanking on his name.
Had to have 3 safeties.
I know, right?
We're taken into the NFL draft.
248-539-9797. Okay, so one of the big stories today, Buster Olney reporting on Scooble, got everybody talking because you've heard it in the updates. We'll play it for you, but he had a lot more to say about the Tigers and the trade deadline. We'll get to that today at 11:31, and later at 11:50, the 11 o'clock version of the important cheese questions on this National Cheese Day. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Talked about the Tigers on the field, coming off a sweep with Tampa, day off today. And then there's the other runway, which is sell, sell, sell. Will there be an everything must go sell? And on top of that, they have what might be one of the more coveted pieces available in years. And Buster Olney created some waves today, and you've heard it, and I'm sure had your own responses with what he had to say on the Just Baseball podcast. And it was the not so fast, my friends, that there is no given that they will be sellers. Everybody has seen the quotes. Here's him saying it. Okay, so on the grand scheme of things, I don't think this means anything. They are taking up a posture right now of it's too early for us to give up on this season.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to appear to be too eager. I think if you appear to be too eager, you don't make the market any easier for yourself. So telling teams that they're not shopping Skubal or anybody that they're not selling right now, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, he did, of course, paint the picture of, the here we come, so you're saying there's a chance Tigers trying to claw their way out of a 16-game hole under 500. But I don't think this really warrants any particular strong reaction one way or another. There's a lot of nuance with these stories. Everything's not, oh my God, Harris is an idiot, or oh my God, this is great. I think this is him doing exactly what he should do right now. And I think the only mistake he can make right now is appearing to be kind of desperate.
Yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. If I was Scott Harris and some team came calling and said, hey, we want to trade for Skubal, I'd say, okay, well, we're not moving him just yet. We'll keep that in mind that you guys are interested, but he's not even pitched his rehab assignment yet. Although he's expected to perhaps as early as this weekend, and might actually return to the Tigers as early as next weekend against Cleveland. But I'm not moving him until I know what we have here, right? Because otherwise you might be selling yourself way short, right? Somebody's trying to get at you, hey, we'll take the chance on Skubal.
Right.
Because Boris is in their ear telling him, look, he is fantastic. He's ready to go. Trust me. And if that's the case, then teams can be like, yeah, well, sure, we'll give it to you for nothing. We'll try to take them off your hands right now. So wait it out. There's no rush into doing this. And same thing with Gleyber Torres. There's no rush in doing it now. I fully expect him to be traded by the trade deadline because I don't think the Tigers are going to be in it. It's great to see that they've won 3 in a row. And I love how they played these last 3 games. But it's a long way to go to get back to 500. I mean, there's still, how many games below 500 are they now?
13.
That's still 13 games below 500, man. It's a long way. But we'll see where they're at in another 15 games or so. And, by that point, hopefully Skubal is here and has made a start with the Tigers, but no need to rush into it.
All right, next up, Olney, who, in spite of saying what he said, had a lot to say about Skubal getting traded. And here he talks about what the Tigers could reasonably get given Skubal being in the final year of his contract and a pending free agent. Is that enough, Gator? You've said that you've kind of shifted your focus. You want quality over quantity.
Mm-hmm.
You're fine with them getting one player back.
If it's a stud, go do it. Get the best player I can get out of this. Now, I reserve the right to hear what other packages are, but obviously the Tigers they have professional scouts. It's not like some fool sitting in a studio looking at minor league numbers and saying, "Oh, this is a can't miss guy." I don't know. I can look at numbers, I can look at film and watch, highlights of somebody, but obviously I defer to their knowledge on it. But I feel like for me personally, I want as close to can't miss as I got, because you're dealing with a situation here. It's not once in a lifetime, but this is once every 10 years.
Yeah,
he said since Tom Seaver and CC Sabathia and all that. This does feel like this is a golden opportunity, even though it's a rental player that you're trading. It's back-to-back Cy Youngs. It's a guy who's in the prime of his career. And the great news is that the procedure that was just done a few weeks ago wasn't a major procedure. So you've got a big chip to cash in on, and I think they have to cash in on it.
Yeah, I'm good with one player, one high quality. And the one thing we have to keep in mind is we look at these prospect lists, the Tigers have their own.
Of course.
And so when we Google search and you bring up a prospect list, I'm going to guess that's not the Tigers list of major league prospects. And I'm going to guess they don't even rank them that way. I'm going to guess they have a bucket of like 35, 40 guys that they think are,
or whatever.
Yeah, these are the guys. And we got to get one of these guys. And if we can get one of these guys, that'd be enough to pull the trigger. All right, so this is interesting from Buster Olney, because a whole bunch of teams that he said reportedly would be involved just might not be. Here's what Buster said. That leaves a lot of teams, but if he's right about this, it kind of kills my dream of getting a bidding war between the Yankees and Dodgers.
Right. But again, we've brought this up before when it comes to the Yankees. It doesn't sound like the Yankees are even considering giving up their top two prospects, which is, I believe, LaGrange is a pitcher, and then Lombard, the other player.
What about the big kid that they've just called up?
Spencer Jones, who's been up there? I mean, I'm interested because he's just a monster up at the plate. I'd be interested, but again, other players might have better track records at other teams. So I agree with him on the Yankees have a pretty good rotation. I don't know if they need Skubal. There's a difference between need and want, and when you're talking about giving up blue chip prospect or prospects, then you better have a need, and they don't. And I understand that. And same with the Dodgers. It brings up a great point. The Dodgers don't necessarily need to do anything, but the Dodgers like to do stuff, and they have so many prospects to offer up that, this could take the pressure. If they added Skubal, it takes the pressure off of, pitching Ohtani every 5 days. Maybe you don't have to do that, and you maximize his arm.
I wonder how much of this, if it even plays a factor, because it's something I think about all the time, but I don't know if it's a real thing, and that is simply playing defense. If you are the Dodgers and you see Milwaukee's about to get him and you just don't want to part with this one guy, do you go, you know what? We secure the National League here if we get this guy.
100%.
And if they get him, we might not get out of the National League.
Which is why the Dodgers think are always in play, because they've got the prospect pool where they can give up and make that FU move to somebody else. So, I heard you were interested. Oh, okay. We just got him. How you like them apples?
Okay, and finally, if those teams aren't going to be involved, who do you think could be involved? Okay, I'm a Padre fan. All right, since I was a kid, I was a big Tony Gwynn fan. I followed the Padres. I got family out there. The San Diego Padres have had multiple iterations of F them picks, and in baseball, it's F them prospects kind of moves. Multiple times they've done this and have fallen flat on their face every time. And what they did last year to get Mason Miller was gut their system. It is so hard for me to find a trade with San Diego that I would actually like if from a Tiger perspective, because the Padres' best prospect is a catcher. He's in the 50s in the game. Now, unless the Tigers evaluate him as being so good and he moved Dingler to first or move him to first, but he's not like one of the top-rated prospects in the game. They got a left-handed pitcher down in Double-A, whose name escapes me, Schoolcraft maybe, who's a pretty good prospect. They got a bullpen arm.
Yeah, Cruz Schoolcraft.
Is that what his name is? They got
single A, yeah.
Is he single A? I thought it was double A. Either way, that's a long way away.
Single A.
Bradley Rodriguez is a 22-year-old bullpen arm who's just debuted for them and looks great, but they're using him. How do you get him to part with a player that they're trying to use to win now? I don't know. I've tried very hard to make this work for San Diego because I agree that they're the kind of team that would do this. I just don't know that you could put together the package that makes it worthwhile from the Tiger perspective. So I'm not stoked about this.
No, I looked at San Diego extensively as well, and they don't have much to offer. I mean, the catcher is their best prospect. He's a really good prospect in baseball, but I'm just not jazzed about getting a catcher from the Tigers because the Tigers have several catchers in their organization that would be just chomping at the bit to be the backup to Dylan Dingler. Dylan Dingler is a Gold Glove winning catcher who's young enough that you expect him to be here for at least the next 5 years. I'm not looking to find a replacement for Dylan Dingler, so I'm not looking at a catcher. So that kind of rules him out. And then it's just a bunch of meh that the Padres have because they gave everything to get Mason Miller last year. This trade might make sense in 2 years to see how some of these players develop in San Diego's system to see if, hey, they actually have some good players. But right now, all these guys are at rookie ball or single A, and they're years away from coming here. So San Diego is not a match. Unless San Diego wants to do something crazy and give off players off their actual roster, which I don't think they would. Oh, would they be interested in trading Tatis? They might be because he's done nothing for them this year.
He's struggling.
But he's got a monster contract that I don't want to take that on. You want to take on the rest of his contract?
It's a big, big contract. If he's going to play up to it.
For a guy who's been hitting like 25 home runs a year and nowhere near like the 40 that you thought he was going to hit.
So that's the latest from Buster Olney as it pertains to the Tigers, the trade deadline, and Scooble.
Good news is that it's June 4th. We're still 2 months away from the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So there will be multiple teams. I suspect Milwaukee is going to be interested. I suspect that we're going to hear a little bit more interest from the Dodgers coming up. But the first thing that has to happen, Tarek Scooble's got to pitch.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.